Yo, yo, yo. So, I'm not sure what I'm doing here. I don't know if this will ever be released. I don't know um, why I even decided to turn on a camera this morning, but here I am. Um, what's always fascinated me is just philosophy in general. So, just the idea of trying to figure out between right and wrong and trying to figure out um, just like how actions affect the people around us, and how can you ascribe to be a better person, basically. And if you have like moral dilemmas or like things you can't figure out yourself, then knowing how to navigate a situation like that, I think, is very useful. And my philosophy teacher, his name was Ron, was very content in the idea that morality was a thing that we all have, but to really follow and to have like courage is to you need to like learn it. Everyone can learn morality, but so basically everyone has like innate morality, but not everybody utilizes it. I think that's what his main point was, and that was ethics 101, and it was very very surface level. And admittedly, I took that class a month ago, and my knowledge is still pretty surface level. But I I consider myself hopefully a better. Well, I just like philosophy in general. I like learning it. I like studying it, and that's why I'm here, because I want to talk about philosophy. And yeah, um, I have a bunch of books that I ordered, and I have a stack over there on my counter. But this one in particular is just Ethics 101. It's not the book that I read in class in my philosophy class, um, which was Philosophy Ethics 101. This is a different book I haven't read yet, but I bought because I think it's always good to have a refresher. I mean, we did read books, we did go through utilitarianism, Kantiism, in virtue ethics, golden rule, that type of stuff. The very surface level ethical decision making. But I want a refresher, like going over. Yeah, we went through bioethics and altruism, but a refresher is good, and this is kind of like a, I don't know, the beginning of something maybe. And principles. See, I just want to talk to. I just want to kind of have a record here, and a record to like visualize my thought process, um, challenge notions that I believe in, and that's pretty much it. Um, I have this paint up so I can draw whatever I want. Um, if I want to visualize something, I'm a terrible drawer though, so don't expect anything meaningful out of there. That's great. Um, I grapple with a lot of philosophical concepts in my free time. Uh, and like knowing when to do the right thing, even though you think it's hard, that's being morally courageous. We lightly touched on that at the end of the semester in my philosophy class. But this is mainly to um, help me train, like with my speaking. I have a slight lisp and a slight and it's hard for me to articulate some of my words when I have something in my mind. I just need to slow down. It helps my reading and all that. Um, yeah, and pronouncing words. And this is just to help my understanding of philosophy and just to understand the world better, I guess. Now, If I were to say, I mean, there's a lot of problems I grapple with. Uh, hmm. Yeah, I mean, we've all done terrible things. Well, not terrible things, but like just um, bad things, and there's you're always in like that dilemma of whether you should do the right thing because you know it's right, but who's defining the right? Who tells you? Who has the right to even say that what you're doing is right or wrong? um, that's like relativism, but I don't really like that theory because, as I've realized, is a normative type of way of viewing relativism is a bad way to live. Um, if you just believe all of our laws and all of our morals are just relativistic and subjective to each individual, and all the laws are bullcrap and they don't mean anything, then obviously you're not going to adhere to a sense of principle that's um, good for a society to organize. And I think that's like a big point that people should be taking with, like, should take, if you were to take anything out of what I say, is you should apply the golden rule to nearly every dilemma. Like a almost like a rule golden rule. It's kind of paradoxical, but is you should adhere to a sense of principle that affects you, um, so you adhere to, and um, affects as many people as possible. So it's as generalized. We call this universalizability, I think it's called. But it's about universalizing our morals and justifying it because it applies to the most amount of people, and it basically makes the most like fair society as possible. Um, but like the subjective and like or the, not subjective, but the normative idea of relativism and subjectivity. Um, I think it's an okay school of thought. I mean, it's an interesting like metaphysical way to look at society and just see how the world acts and how humans act. So yeah, we'll go through a bunch of cool like schizophrenic ideas I have, but um, yeah, let's just start with the basics. So this book, know nothing about it. Well, I can tell it's by Ethics 101, but it's a crash course in principles of proper conduct by Brian Boone. I hope I pronounced that right. I will, if I ever like upload this, I'll definitely show it on the screen or put this link in the description. Um, I hope I transform this content enough where I don't get YouTube mad at me. But so I'm gonna just read some of it. I'm a terrible reader, so you might find my reading annoying, but leave if you don't like it. All right. Normative ethics attempt to understand ethical action by creating a set of rules or norms that govern action in human contact. So, as I read this, I'm gonna just like stop whenever I want, and I'm just gonna interject with my thoughts because that's just that's just how this is gonna work. And I'm gonna drink my Diet Mountain Dew. I gotta stay healthy. Okay. So we have a bunch of cool little. Oh, you can barely see it. We have a bunch of philosophers on here. I think that's John Stuart. I'm not sure. I don't. It might be John Stuart Mill. I'm not sure. But Ethics 101, from altruism and utilitarianism to bioethics and political ethics, an exploration of the concepts of right and wrong. So I'm not really sure what I know what altruism is. It's like doing like things that are just inherently good, or people are just inherently good sometimes. I think that's what it is. Or people can act in a way that's altruistic, which is truly good. Um, Utilitarianism is doing the greatest good for the greatest number. It's a form of consequentialism. Bioethics is probably gets into the area of ethics around. Um, ooh, I know there's a bunch of different areas. I'm not sure if it's similar to medical ethics. It might not be. It might. This might be just like animal rights, or this might be like the abortion issue. But I'm not sure. Political ethics. I'm not really sure what political ethics is. Um, this might be just like, should you follow the idea of freedom of speech, or like conceding elections, basically? Is that like a principle a society like that should follow, maybe? Or like treating your opponents fair, basically. In an exploration of the concepts of right and wrong. Okay. In hedonism, pleasure is the only thing intrinsically valuable to a person at all times, and pain is the only thing that is intrinsically not valued to an individual. So what is that saying? So hedonism is like, so it's the pursuit of all things that are pleasurable and the avoidance that are all things that are just painful. So intrinsically, so it's the only thing that is truly, like, that will always be true. I think that's what that means. I'm gonna definitely look up a lot of things. You don't see me doing this, but intrinsic. Belonging, naturally, or essential. Okay. So I wonder if there's different schools of thought of hedonism where do you think it's like normatively? So I wonder if this is like relativism, hedonism. If you were to say everyone should follow pleasure and avoid pain, um, then that's fine as long as you're not saying they only ought to follow all of that, because then you're just like very normatively saying that, which is probably bad in general for society, because then you're over here justifying a bunch of horrendous hedonistic actions that we as a society probably agree shouldn't be happening. And it just isn't good for society organizing in general. In utilitarianism, morality is always based on the results that arise as the outcome of an action. In utilitarianism, morality is always based on the results that arise as the outcome of an action, and never based on the actual action. Okay, yeah. So consequentialism. So I don't mind utilitarianism. I think it's actually a great way to solve dilemmas. But as I researched into it, and like I was in my first philosophy class, I think it's a philosophy people are tend to drawn to. They like the idea of it. I like it. Everyone should like utilitarianism, because especially like rule utilitarian, not act utilitarianism, but just rule. I think most people act utilitarianism, unfortunately. But you should like utilitarianism because it is just maximizing the overall good, and that should just be great. But there's always quirks to that it becomes hard to know the overall good of a situation. This will get into like weighting different values and being constrained to not all the information where you have to act a certain way based on probability. That's like one of the huge problems I have with utilitarianism, is where you're almost having to predict and weigh out different groups of people to or you're trying to predict actions that that may or may not occur, and it's not, it doesn't meet a definition of fair that I would apply to many situations. Um, so I think for like thought experiments like the trolley problem, utilitarianism is good. I mean, I don't see anything inherently wrong about intervening yourself in a situation. Well, you're not intervening. You're already in a situation. You're observing that classic example of a trolley going towards two tracks. One of the tracks has a baby on it, and the other track has like an old guy on it. Now, whether you value the baby more than the old guy is debatable, but I think if you were to insert yourself into that situation to like save the baby, um, I don't really see that action being necessarily wrong. Just like that, you like it's not, you didn't kill the old guy. Um, yeah, well, you kind of did. That I'm not even sure of myself. But, anyways, let's read the back here. Okay. Our personal code of ethics dictates every choice we make, and the study of right versus wrong makes for a fascinating debate. Yet all too often, books about the study of ethics are so boring that the moral dilemma becomes whether to use them as doorstops or as paperweights. Ethics 101 cuts out the tedious details and overwhelming ethical concepts, and instead looks into the history of moral principles that dictate human behavior through fun, straightforward lessons and exercises. From Epicurus to Nietzsche, in hedonism to utilitarianism, Ethics 101 has all the answers, even the ones you don't know you were looking for. Okay. What is Epicurus? I haven't heard that name yet. Epicurus, a Greek philosopher. Oh, one sec. Okay, sorry about that. Okay, so Epicurus was an ancient Greek philosopher and sage who founded Epicureanism, a highly influential school of philosophy. Okay, what is Epicureanism? The greatest good was to seek modest, substantial pleasure in the form of the state of... Oh, this is a form of hedonism. Actually, I've read this before. I remember this. So, Epicureanism... I mean, the book will cover all this. In the state of ataraxia. How do you pronounce this? Ataraxia. That's how you pronounce it. Ataraxia. That's like the state of tranquility and freedom from fear. The absence of bodily pain. Aponia. Ataraxia and aponia. Okay. That's... See? I mean, they're a form of hedonism that you can take concepts from that I don't think are necessarily bad. And I think it's kind of like I think, hedonism in a way kind of gives us an ultimate meaning that you don't need like a deity to give in like a metaphysical way. Um, I mean, it doesn't give us like answers to where we came from or where the universe came from, which big metaphysical questions try to answer. But what they do is, what hedonism does do is it gives you a sense of purpose. Okay, so you want to avoid the least amount of pain. Or the most amount of pain. Wait, you want to avoid pain at all costs, and you want to work towards pleasure as much as possible. But in a way that follows principle, so you're not interfering with other people's wants and needs too. Okay. Alright, Ethics 101. Alright, introduction. Ethics, also called moral philosophy, is the division of philosophy concerned with how a person should behave in a manner that is considered morally correct or good. It sounds like a simple idea, how to be good, and why it's important to be good, but it's a concept that has fascinated and agnatized moral philosophers for more than 2,000 years. Ethics mean trying to figure out why you should behave morally, as well as understanding the motivating factors for that behavior. It also examines what exactly makes something good or bad. For example, is that sense of good or bad something that's naturally inside of us, or is it that sense placed there by a divine being? Do we follow a moral code? Do we act morally because it is often in our self-interest to do so? Is ethical behavior all about the nature of the consequences of our actions? Ethics are arguably the one type of philosophy that is readily applicable to daily life. So one of the problems I have with reading is I read fast. And what that means is, like, I might not be reading fast right now, but my mind wants to move on quickly. This is why I think, something like reading out loud is good for me, because it kind of forces my mind to slow down a little bit. So ethics are arguably the one type of philosophy that is readily applicable to daily life. Philosophy asks big questions like, is God real? Or why are we here? But those big questions don't directly address how to live one's life. Ethics is the missing step between addressing the infiniteness of the universe and reconciling it with the daily existence of life on Earth. If philosophy encourages moral behavior by asking the big why questions, then ethics is an exploration of that moral behavior, and it seeks to formulate concrete what and how answers to the questions that philosophy poses. So instead of being a metaphysical or instead of being a metaphysical, because that doesn't really answer like how to live your life, it talks about the application of ethics, basically. That's what ethics are, the application of how you should live, basically. Ethics can and should be applied to regular life. You can tailor ethics to fit your life, and you can use ethics to make decisions and take actions that are morally right in fields such as medicine, business, and other disciplines. The use of ethics also brings up another ethical conundrum. Why is it important to consider why a person should act a certain way? The answer lies in the concept of happiness. Simply stated, the happiness Simply stated, happiness is an outgrowth of ethics, but it's one's own happiness of or the happiness of others. So what is that saying? The use of ethics also brings up another ethical conundrum. Why is it important to consider why a person should act a certain way? Well, that's important to me, so this is my opinion, is it's important to consider how people behave because we live in a society with other people and we are forced to interact with others. And we obviously want to pursue our own happiness, but in order to do so, we all need to agree upon rules. Like, you can't kill me or I can't kill you. So we both, in the end, experience a greater number of happiness. Simply stated, the happiness is an outgrowth of ethics. Okay, so that's what it's saying is once you are making ethical decisions, you should have more happiness, basically. Be it one's own happiness or the happiness of others. Yeah, so you should either be making yourself happy more or others happy more by being ethical. Whether you are a philosopher at heart or just interested in discovering why some things are good and why some are bad, Ethics 101 has you covered. Let's delve into the fascinating and thought-provoking realm of ethics. Okay. I'm just gonna read. I'm just gonna keep reading until I get tired of it, okay? Where's chapter 2? Oops. I think I actually want to just put this. See, I know utilitarianism is a type of consequentialism. No, chapter 4 here. Oh. Chapter 3. I'll just put this on chapter 3 for now. I know people like to say, let's put this here, another one. People like to say, act utilitarianism or rule utilitarianism. And that just describes doing the greatest number or doing the greatest good for the greatest number. In act describes it doing in a non-rules base, so you're not following principle, you're just doing actions based on your own moral code, basically, which is can result in inconsistencies. But rule utilitarianism says you do actions based off of principles, so more Kantian ideas, but your ultimate foundational philosophy is doing the greatest good for the greatest number. So, when people say act consequentialism, it doesn't make sense to me. So you're not necessarily doing the greatest good for the greatest number, but you're still acting in a way that's based off of your own morals, and still considering the consequences of your actions, but the consequences aren't necessarily, or your goals aren't necessarily to get the greatest good for the greatest number. It's just a form of consequentialist analysis, basically. Same goes for rule consequentialism. You're just using principle to go to some ambiguous end, but we're not really concerned with the greatest good for the greatest number. I guess that's kind of a way to describe certain ideologies, like radical ideologies, communist and things that just maybe the portray. I'm not sure. I'm bad with economics. This is ethics, okay? But we'll get into deeper stuff later on, probably. Sorry. Okay. Chapter 1. Ethics in the Ancient Greek Philosophers. Philosophy as we know it, at least in the Western world, Europe, and the Americas, sprung up around the 6th century BC, before Christ, or before Common Era, in Greece. The Greek schools of thought dominated philosophy in all of its subsets until the 1st century AD, after Christ. What does AD stand for? AD stands for what? Anno Domin. Anno Dominin. In the year of the Lord is used to label years in the Georgian calendar that follow before Christ. Okay. Pretty cringe. Okay. The Greek schools of thought dominated philosophy in all of its subsets until the 1st century AD. So around the year 100. In their attempts to decipher the big questions about life, universe, and humanity, the philosophers of ancient Greece incorporated all the knowledge they had at the time. They didn't see much of a distinction between the theoretical secrets of the unknown universe and the quantifiable physical world. As such, these philosophers used every tool and discipline at their disposal, including ethics, logic, biology, and the nature of art, the nature of beauty, and especially political science. For ancient Greeks, particularly for those in Athens, politics and public life were among the most important going concerns. And their inquiries into ethics frequently focused not just on the individual's duties, but also on the proper ways to lead and govern. Many philosophers wrote and taught in ancient Greece, but this golden era of Greek philosophy is dominated by 3 of the most famous and influential thinkers in Western history: Socrates, Plato, and Aristotle. Okay. So up until year 100, this was basically the big area where philosophy happened in Greece. And there's many famous philosophers that came out of here. That covered basically everything. Socrates, that lived to 470 to 399 before Christ, created much of the framework and methodology for how to approach philosophy and ethics. Among these innovations is the Socratic method. This method is a form of discourse and discussion based entirely on 2 or more parties asking each other an almost endless array of questions. The goal is to find common ground and highlight any flaws in their arguments so as to get closer to some kind of truth. Socrates thought that this ability is one of the things that separated humans from the rest of the animal kingdom, for we're the only animals capable of logic and reason. So basically, asking the most amount of questions in a conversation with somebody, if you're debating with somebody, to find flaws in their argument, because in theory, any position you have should be as scrutinized and live up to its name as possible. Basically, attack a bunch of positions and scrutinized. Carrying on the Socratic traditions was one of his primary students, Plato. He lived in 428 to 348 before Christ. In Athens, Plato formed the first higher learning institution in the West, the Academy. One of his major contributions to moral philosophy is the theory of forms, which explores how humans can live a life of happiness in an ever-changing material world. Okay. The third pillar of ancient Greek philosophy is Aristotle, that lived from 384 to 322 before Christ. A student of Plato's at the Academy and later a professor of the same institution. One of his main theories deals with universals. He proposed whether there were universals and what they might be. This remains a major focus of ethical inquiry today. The theories of these three philosophers created the Western philosophical canon and represent the first major entries into the study of ethics. Okay. So I didn't know that. So Socrates basically started it all. Plato was Socrates' student, and then Aristotle was a student of Plato. So the three famous... That's kind of cool. I didn't know that. The three most famous philosophers that we know of, or that I know of, all kind of work together. And all try to develop their own theories. That's really cool. I didn't know that. Yeah. All right. While philosophy is ultimately the question of what is and what isn't human nature, that might have to deal with is that really what philosophy is? It might be. That sounded more metaphysical. No. Oh well, this might be the metaphysics of philosophy. So metaphysical philosophy. It most definitely human nature to wonder. This is something that separates us from other creatures. We are self-aware of our existence and morality, and we have higher brain functions that give us the ability to reason. Yeah, so I totally agree with that. I mean, there is something fundamental that separates us from the rest of the animal kingdom. And when you're arguing with people on what that distinction is, obviously it's hard to do that. Because if you say self-awareness of our existence and morality, then you can get examples of where they try to show and prove that animals are capable of reason, of morality, or they have codes of ethics, or because they have packs and they outcast ones that break the pack. Now, this goes into... I'm going to take a concept from another book that I read about the three levels of moral development. You have the pre-conventional, the conventional, and the post-conventional. I think it's Kissinger that made it. I'm not sure. But what they said is pre-conventional is basically what babies and toddlers and kids have. Conventional is basically what teenagers have and what most of society has. I think only 80% of people um, get to what is then the post-conventional stage. And at the pre-conventional stage, you're basically saying right is wrong is defined by actions that punish you and reward you. So that is what your sense of morality comes from in right and wrong. Conventional is what your in-group and culture and laws tell you. You're driving morality based off rules and norms given to you by other people. In the post-conventional stage is when you finally, as an individual, developed enough to understand morality in a way where you can build your own framework and uh, individual concepts of right and wrong without relying on society, which is very, very important, I believe, to be the case. And we have higher brain functions that give us the ability to reason. The earliest humans most certainly wondered about the same questions that official philosophers and students formerly posed. Why was the earth created? What is it made of? Why are humans here? What is the purpose of it all? How can we live happy lives? To even think about asking these questions is philosophy at its most basic and raw. Philosophers have sought to answer these questions, or at least inch closer to universal truth. These same questions have led to centuries of religious development. Most religions are like philosophy in that they are about the pursuit of answers to the big questions. However, religion is much more likely than philosophy to claim to have the answers. Philosophy is about asking questions, always asking questions. And I totally agree with that. Again, religion on a metaphysical analysis is basically just a concept for humans to answer metaphysical questions. That's the philosophy of religion, basically. You're answering questions that you can't answer because you don't have information readily available to you. And I've always thought, like in my younger years, like maybe, well, and still kind of now, religion could have been used at the time to control people, which is entirely possible. I mean, that gets into my anti-theism side, but I mean, it is a good way to guide people and control people. But if I think about it now, it might not be the greatest way to describe it, because in a way, this ethics book right here is a guide to control people too. So maybe that's just not um, a good thing to really say then. What is certain though is they're just ways to guide people's lives and teach them how to live a life that the writers think they ought to live and adhere by. And a lot of people have obviously agreed with it because a lot of religious people are here today. Alrighty. Formal philosophy began in Greece in the 7th century before Christ, hundreds of years before Socrates, Plato, and Aristotle would solidify the foundations of Western thought, and even before Confucius and Buddha would do the same in the East. Philosophers such as Heraclitus and Anaxagoras were considering the makeup of the universe and nature of life. I need to learn how to pronounce this. I've never heard of these philosophers before. Anaxagoras. Anagoras pronunciation. Here, let me fix this. Anaxagoras. Anaxagoras. Okay. Anaxagoras. Okay. Philosophers such as Heraclitius. I want to make sure I pronounce that right too. Heraclitius Heraclitius. So these are like this is like ancient philosophy, basically. These are before Aristotle, Plato, and Socrates. Heraclitus. Okay. So Heraclitus and Anaxagoras. Anaxagoras, for example, wrote that there is a portion of everything in everything. I'm pretty sure that's animism, that like one of the earliest known religions. Like it's behind Hinduism. That's some very sophisticated thinking. And it's an idea that has resonated throughout the centuries of philosophy, and it will continue to resonate for centuries to come. Ethics versus morality. Morality is about the good-bad duality. In a general sense, morality refers to a code or rules in which actions are judged against how they stack up to shared values. Some things are right while others are wrong. Ethics, meanwhile, refers to the rules that form those moral codes and that also come from those moral codes. Sorry. Okay. So this is a good distinction. So morality is about the good bad duality. You're basically so you have codes or rules and you're deciding how to decide right and wrong situations with those codes or rules. And ethics are those rules, are more rules that form those moral codes to give you morality. Okay, that makes sense. Okay. Types of philosophy. Ideas about the nature of the universe logically leads to the idea that all people are connected. We all occupy the same planet, and within it, individual societies and countries have their own set of standards, have their own sets of standards of behavior. Why are those standards in place? The answer is straightforward. To maintain the peace and to keep things humming along so that some, many, or all may live lives of worth and fulfillment. This is where the philosophical branch of moral philosophy comes into play. Moral philosophy, a term that is used interchangeably with ethics, is its own realm of study. It sits apart from the broad ideas of general philosophy, as well as the other branches of philosophy. In fact, there are many branches of general philosophy. The main offshoots are metaphysics. This is the study of all existence. This is about the really big questions. For example, why is there life? What else is out there? Why are we here? Epistemology. This concerns the intricacies of acquiring knowledge and perception. Epistemology isn't so much about the truth so much as it is about determining how we know, or how we know what we know. One question in this field might be, how do we know that what we think is truth is really the truth? This one is very important because it deals with Um, especially if you want to live a very, very moral life. The Say you know, like you've gone through your head about the moral philosophy of your actions, and you think you have a ethical basis on it, a good foundation in ethics to say your moral code is good, then the real question is, especially if you're like one against all of society, like, and you just believe that what you're doing is right, but you're in like a position where everyone telling you no, you are wrong. How do you know you're not like brainwashing yourself? You're not crazy. I mean, this is like skepticism, but I think some form of skepticism is good because it requires a sense of self-reflection in an agent that is very needed, especially when you're making big normative claims. Um, for instance, like Rosa Parks, she believed in her actions to sit on that bus and not give her seat away to the white men. Her action um, was considered good. It is good. She should have the right to sit there on that bus just like everyone else. And it shouldn't have to do anything with her skin color. But grappling with like putting yourself in the shoes of her, an agent, grappling with that force and like pushing against it while everyone is telling you that, like, especially in that time period, all the white people are telling you, no, you sit here and that's just good, and you're bad if you sit somewhere else. To push against that norm, into no, you're not um, going crazy, or maybe you are actually doing a bad thing, takes a lot of courage and introspection, I believe. Okay. I mean, that might be a little far-fetched from ethics or from epistemology, because epistemology, I think, has to do with more objective truth and how do we know about real truth. So it's kind of, I went on a little tangent there. Ethics, much more to this come. Political philosophy. The ancient Greeks developed political philosophy in tandem with individual philosophy. Because, as we were laying the groundwork for democracy, it was crucial for them to determine the best way to govern as to achieve the greater good. Political philosophy is about the underpinnings of the government and rule so as to maintain peace, prosperity, and happiness for some, many, or all. Ew. So, I guess when I get into arguments with people, I guess I'm mostly looking at the arguments in terms of a political philosophy then. Because if the most of the arguments I get into, I'm mostly defending Kantian ideas and in the Golden Rule. So universalization and making a society as fair and the rules apply to everyone as possible. That means I'm mostly looking at it in a political philosophy perspective, which might not actually be appropriate for every conversation I have in moral dilemmas. So that's good to consider. Aesthetics is about defining beauty, art, and other kinds of expression and application thereof, the things that make being a human worthwhile. Yeah. I haven't gotten into that branch of philosophy. Well, I haven't gotten into much of these branches, but aesthetics is really the biggest one that I haven't looked into yet. You may have noticed that there is a hierarchy of the branches, starting from metaphysics, starting from metaphysics, the individual areas move from the biggest, and the broadest of questions about the biggest and broadest things, and progress down through finer and finer parts of existence. For example, metaphysics sits atop the list because it is about the study of all existence and why it is. Aesthetics is at the bottom because it's how to improve and appreciate life itself. Interesting. Beauty, art, and other kinds of expression and application thereof. About making a human worthwhile. Huh. Interesting. Sorry. Only human guys. The hows and whys of life. The philosophical branch that will be studied in this book is, of course, ethics. Ethics is about the application of philosophy. What good are answers, or at least very informed or deeply held opinions about the nature of the universe and the meaning of life if you don't know how to apply those truths to how you live your day-to-day life and interact with the world around you? Ethics seeks to determine how and why one should behave in a way that is most virtuous. At its most elemental, ethics is about doing the right thing. The philosophy behind it is about determining what those right things are, in a way that benefits the individual and society at large in a fair, just, and kind manner. In other words, ethics is about right versus wrong, both in terms of defining those extremes and how to act on the side of right. So, another term this author, Brain Boone, brought up is being the idea of being virtuous. And I remember this in my philosophy class. The idea of being virtuous is character traits that you believe people should ascribe to having. So, like truthfulness and courageous, compassion, all these virtues that you believe are inherently good. So, yeah. I'm thinking of where's the book? 1 second, I'm gonna get another book. So, I have 2 books here that I read in my philosophy class. How Good People Make Good Tough Choices, resolving the dilemma of ethical living, which is a very much an ethics 101 book too. It's by Rushworth Kidder, and he talks about how his institution, the Institute for Global Ethics, I think it is. I think it's based here in Maine. I actually want to look that up. The Institute for Global Ethics? Yeah, Institute for Global Ethics. Yeah, Rushworth Kidder, I believe it's in Maine, right? Oh, Middleton, Wisconsin. No, Camden, Maine. Yep, okay. Found it in Camden, Maine. It's in other places now. But they did a study how everyone has universal values. So the difference between a virtue and a value is so a virtue is something you believe. man. I believe, so before I look this up, I believe a virtue is, so, traits you believe other people should have. Compassion, truthfulness, leadership. I think these are virtues. Sorry. Virtues. A virtue is a trait of excellence that can be moral, social, or intellectual. A virtue is a disposition. So, qualities of mind and character to choose actions that succeeded in showing high moral standards. Okay. So when people say high moral standards, they're saying you have a good ethical foundation. That's probably what they're saying. Like you have a good foundational standard to make a good moral code. See, semantics, I believe, is the study of language and words and definitions and meanings. Knowing, being really specific with words, because I've noticed, like, as I grow up, I'm only 19 years old, mind you. I'm turning 20 soon. Words are very, very useful, but you need to use words in a good way. You need to communicate good. People do not know what you are thinking. They don't. If you go and argue with somebody and you think you are arguing in a way that's intellectual, but you're making like weird comparisons and going down weird rabbit holes without explaining your reasoning and the other person's like problems, it makes you look crazy. It does, because you have to explain yourself. You can't just like bring somebody down a rabbit hole without giving context, which I think is very important to understand, especially in discourse, which I mainly focus on because that's what I do a lot. I like to argue with people, especially in political philosophy and so forth. There are times where you have to just, where am I going with this? See, even now, see, this goes. I'm going on so many tangents. I love rambling. um, right now, like as I speak to you, um, it's hard to describe my thought process. It almost feels like rambling right now. My there's nothing in my brain right now. It's mostly just coming to me. Like it's just coming to me. That's most of my words are just like that. It's not like I have a thought process. It's because I think I'm unaware of. I just don't have the experience behind me. So which I hope I'll get. But the point is about discourse is you have to explain yourself. In debate. In debate and whatnot. And this is, and again, this is why I'm recording myself so I can like look back and look at my reasoning and understand all the problems that I have in ethics, or not ethics, in talking and forming arguments, which I think would be really helpful. So that's virtue. And Rushmore Kidder was saying, everyone has universal ethics, I believe it was. Where was it? So ethics are Ethics is the study of moral principles and how they guide people's decisions and actions. So again, ethics are universal, are universal rule, or no, not universal. Well, they are universal, but that's besides the point. Ethics are rules that guide your moral code, and I just read this. Yes, that's what ethics are. And Rushmore Kidder, he found in his institute that everyone has. Oh, why is my phone going off? Okay, this is some stupid message, but so yeah, ethics are rules for moral code. And Kidder in his foundation was saying that we have universal morals, I believe it was. So I want to look this up now. Kidder, universal morals, is it? Help your family, help your group, return favors. No, this is something different. This isn't ethical models. All right, Kidder concludes that 8 values. Okay, values. Okay, I didn't look up what values were. What is a value? Values are beliefs that guide people how people act and make decisions. They can be intrinsic, sacred, or a means to an ends. Um, so, okay. Okay. So this is a good distinction. I remember this. So, values are basically what you want in the end. That means to the end. That's basically the everything that sums it up. If you could imagine, like, say you're arguing for something, this is very, very important. I think I realize this. If, or, well, maybe not in argumenting, but just like realizing your own like moral codes and ethical frameworks, um, knowing like where are we even going in society? What would you understand like your ideal solution for everything? And values are basically that ideal. What do you ultimately want for arguing for a certain thing? There is something that you just want. Like I value the least amount of people dying. And that can rope in to your ethical principles and then your moral code. Um, so maybe that wouldn't be a value. Wait. Oh, what is the difference between a value and a virtue? Okay, so there are means to the end, and virtues are again a trait of excellence that can be moral, social, or intellectual. So a word of virtue and a value be basically the same thing, because this is saying a value can also be honesty, generosity, compassion, loyalty, and innovation. Okay, some of these can be okay. I can see. Okay. Um, Honesty can be a virtue because it's a trait somebody can possess. Generosity can, compassion can, um, loyalty can be, but we get into the idea of separating between intrinsic values and operational values. And innovation. See, innovation now isn't a virtue. So that's the distinction. Okay. People often adopt the values they are raised with, and many believe the values are right because they are part of their culture. So a broad preferences, appropriate courses of actions or outcomes. The degree of importance of something or action, which aid in determining which actions are best to do. Okay. Okay, that makes sense. Okay. Okay. The importance of ethics, reasons to be good. Ethics are obviously important constructs of civilization, born out of a primal human need to understand the world. But why, exactly, are ethics important? Because humanity needs structure to make sense out of the world. As we collect information, we order and categorize it. This helps us decode the vast and seemingly impossible to understand universe. Ethics is part of the ongoing crusade of decoding. So this, I just had another thought now. This goes into the idea of language now. So quantify versus qualify. What philosophy and like this ethics does is oh, do I have my, this is weird. Wait. Ooh. Oh no, that's background information. Ooh. Okay. This brings up the idea of quantifying versus qualifying. So when you quantify something in discourse, is you're broadening it as much as possible. I think quantifying using numbers and statistics. Qualify to explain something using descriptive prosing qualifies him for a job. Quantifying means measuring or determining amounts. Quantities. Okay. While qualifying describes the uncovering. In logic, quantify means to assign a quantity to a term or proposition. For example, dogs are playful is not quantifiable. But some dogs are playful, or all dogs are playful. Dogs are playful. Oh, so it describes like different amount of what's it called? Assertions and statements. This is very important, and I have a book coming about language that will hopefully help in these distinctions in semantics, pedantic, pragmatic, and quantify, qualify, these ideas of linguistics. 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 Okay. Yeah, this goes. Yeah, the idea of language, and I have a book coming on that one that I'll read. So quantify means to assign a quantity to a term or proposition. So yeah, when you just say dogs are playful, you can't. That means nothing. It's just it's almost an assertion. You're not making you're just saying fact. And it's almost like you're not ascribing like a rate or number or a percentage for how many times they're playful or how often or anything. You're just saying fact. So when somebody makes an assertion like that, it's always good to ask them clarifying questions. So dogs are playful. Okay. How often? What time during the day? How playful are they around other animals? These are quantitative questions, because you're trying to determine like the truthfulness of your initial statement and like trying to find the ultimate truth, rather than taking their first assertion to heart. So yeah, which is kind of cool. I'll be right back. I'm gonna mute my microphone. All right, I'm back. So, yep, let's just continue reading. All right. Why act ethically? Philosophers have pinpointed several different reasons why humans can and should act in a virtuous manner. Here are a few. It's a requirement for life. So, wait, okay. Before I read this, virtue, again, are just traits we believe to be morally good and characteristics that we want to see in people. So, why should you act in a virtuous way? that are that is oh my cat. Oh my cat. Oh okay. He likes attention. Okay. Why should you act in a virtuous way? Well, virtue, again, is just characteristics and traits we want to see in people. So, if we think about like the political philosophy of being virtuous, obviously you want to organize society in a fair way, um, like in where you're maximizing the amount of good you can do, basically. Um, but virtue is very subjective. Um, and I don't really like the word virtue and that's because it's very subjective. I mean, everyone who has their own different idea of what virtue is. So when somebody tells you you ought to act virtuous, that is, um, that I mean, what I was just saying about quantitative and qualitative statements. You need to quantify what virtue means, because it's a meaningless statement. Because I don't know what you mean by virtue when somebody says that. And so, whenever someone just says those terms without quantifying it, uh, uh, is it quantifying to explain something in descriptive prose language? Or not quantify. Quantify is the wrong term. Qualify it. Increase that um, description of what virtue is, basically. Qualify that word. Um, yeah, that's basically what you have to do. Um, oh, my cat is meowing like a crazy savagery. Um, so why would you act virtuous? Um, if you're not being, if you both have like an idea of what virtue is, then you should follow it because it's good to have like ethical principles that you adhere to that you derive virtue from. I think that's a good thing. Kind of like action or traits that you um, follow, or no, traits that you derive from your ethical principles. Um, that's virtuous in my or that no, that's not virtuous. That's valuable or principally valuable to me. That everyone should be virtuous, at least to their own ethical principles. I think that's a very good thing for people to do. And that's what I value, principally. And that's what I try to do. Why else would you be virtuous? Um, so consistency. We want to be as morally consistent as possible and ethically grounded. You want to be quote unquote good. You want to be, and yeah, I kind of um, already saw one of the answer where it's just a reality. You're always going to be faced with people, um, and you kind of have to act in a way that follows rules. But yeah, here I'll read it now. Um, okay. Philosophers have pinpointed several different reasons why humans. Here, let me move my microphone a little bit. Whoopsies. Uh, stay. Stay. Oh, this sucks. Stay. Don't move. I said stop moving. Whoops. I'm blowing your guys' eardrum. Here's a. Why is this rotating? Hello? Physics? Okay, that's good. Hopefully that didn't break any connections. I don't think it did. Okay. Why act ethically? You gotta speak closer into the microphone though. It's a requirement for life. It's our biological imperative. Okay, a biological imperative. So, I know what a categorical imperative is. That's what Kantian ideology, or philosophy, not ideology, but philosophy, espouses, where you must have rules and be governed by ethical principle. But a biological imperative, so a categorical imperative, like rule, like something is good because it's good, and it's just governed by rules, and like murder is bad because it's bad. It's roughly what that is, and so you should never murder, and it's just like normative statements based off rules. So a biological imperative, what I think it is it's our biology that's just like a state of fact. And it's always going to be the case that we're going to be around people, so we must act in a virtuous way. I think that's what the author, Brain Boone, is trying to say. But I want to look it up. Oh, this freaking microphone. This microphone. Oh. Okay. I'll just keep it like that. Oh, I just totally screwed myself. Oh, you're gonna go dead for a second. Hello? Hello? Hello, I'm back. Okay. Yeah, this microphone sucks. Well, it doesn't suck. It's actually a decent microphone. It's just this stand sucks. So a biological imperative. Biological imperative. A biological imperative is the drive of living organisms to survive and perpetuate their existence. So, just the state of being tied to biology and being an organism, we always have the. Here, let me. I'll bring this to the forefront for you guys. Because you guys aren't seeing anything. Right there. There we go. And let me move that. Yeah. Stop. Yeah, that's good enough. Oh, stop. Good. Lock, please. Okay. So you guys see what I'm seeing now. So this is the AI overview. Honestly, I shouldn't be using that. Every member of our species needs oxygen to survive, so having oxygen is a biological imperative. So it's just things in our biology, things that are just always true because we are organisms. We are humans. We need oxygen. We need food. We need water. And the philosophy aspect of it now gets tied to we live in a society and we are social creatures. And we all want, ultimately, a view ethical, or a view, we all follow some kind of value. We all have some kind of value in society. So, acting virtuous in a way that fulfills a biological imperative that we all value is basically the virtue, the reason to be virtuous. But defining what exactly is virtue gets harder to define. Because I agree with that statement, but the contention between what we can actually say is ultimately virtuous and like what should actually be the rhetoric we say should be given to other people is very important to figure out. So it's a requirement for life. It's our biological imperative as humans to survive and thrive. And the ethics are part of the complicated structure of humanity that helps us to determine the best ways to act that each of us may live long, productive life. Acting virtuously helps ensure that our actions are not aimless, pointless, or random. By narrowing down the vastness of the universe to a lived experience with purpose and meaning, especially if it's one shared by a society or cultural group, goals and happiness are more within reach. Yes, and I agree. We all have goals, so we all have values that we want to see in society. Finding common ground between those values, that's what Rushmore Kidder argued for, a deontological value, ethical principle, and you find virtue and you act courageous to follow those virtues. And it also becomes easier to ensure our own actions are not aimless or random. You know what you become more assertive, basically. You just know your stuff more. You know what you're doing is either right or wrong, or you know you have traits that are good and bad, and you know how to identify them and who to support, how to move humanity in a way that helps everybody. So I agree with that. It's a requirement for society. Okay. So it's a requirement for life. When we are saying it's a requirement for life, what the author is doing, in my opinion, is what he's about to argue. Let me read this next section first. To be a member of society in a good standing, one must follow the codes and laws that govern that culture. Everyone has a role to play. And if the societal fabric breaks down, the happiness of others is threatened. Ethics builds relationships both individually and on a grand scale. Kindness matters. It helps forge the underlying bonds that unite a society. Yeah, so when this author says being virtuous is good because it's our biology to work together, basically, and find common ground, you need to basically incorporate yourself in the greater group because it's you need it for your survival, basically. So you have a self-interest to survive, and part of doing that as a human is working together with other people. So you act in a virtuous way that hopefully, well, it doesn't sound like these are really reasons to be virtuous, but more of reasons to be value being virtuous, almost like you should value being working together, because it's hard to describe what I'm thinking. So let me just keep reading. What I was saying is these are almost the same. A requirement for life, it's a requirement for society. You have to understand the state of, and I feel like I'm getting into almost cynicalism, where everyone is self-interested and by their own moral code. You are doing it because you know if you don't follow the laws, you will be punished. You are kind of forced in a way you're kind of coerced into following the laws of society. That could be a way to view it, but do I agree with that? I agree with the idea that, yeah, you could probably do it to fit in with your culture good, and it's good for people to work together. So, yeah, I mean, biological imperative makes sense. It's a requirement. It is a requirement for society, and if you value innovation and progression and increasing virtues that you agree with, then you probably want society to help develop your virtues in other people, basically. Okay, for religious purposes. Some people try to act in a way they have decided is the most morally upstanding, and they will get their cues from religion. This plays into a type of ethics called divine command theory. People who subscribe to these types of ethics act in accordance with the rules set forth by an organized religion, and those rules are derived from a holy text or direction of a divine entity. While some religions say it is important to act appropriately just because it is the right thing to do, they also provide the crucial incentive of consequences. Be good enough, and a person will reach paradise when they die. Be bad enough, and an eternity of torment awaits. In other words, we need incentives to act morally. I agree with the last sentiment. Yeah. I think people all we all have universal values. I agree with Rushmore Kidder. But the big thing in society, and we have a problem with, is being courageous enough to do the right thing and follow principle that adheres to our values, and we act virtuous based on all those things we believe in. I think you need to be virtuous in that understanding your position of society. And this goes into a sort of a nationalistic idea of identity, where you're either part of a state, a government, your country, or just a planet. You have a identity where you're all working towards something, and you should be what's the word? You should act in a way, you shouldn't want to see the downfall of society. I don't think that is a value people should have. I don't think they have either. People do not value seeing society go away. They like society. Everyone profits off of it. We all get food. We all have much culture because of it. So everyone should want some good way to organize society, and assuming that somebody is acting in a way that just is chaotic evil, then it's probably disingenuous most of the time, unless they are actually psychopathic. So I guess in like conversation, it's important to give them the benefit of the doubt, even if they are saying that we ought to do things that you think would take away from society. Yeah, they provide culture incentives of consequences to be good enough. Yeah, so this is kind of talking about what I was saying when I was like steel manning the argument for it being a requirement of society. It's kind of the same reason for doing religious. If you are religious, you obviously don't want to be tormented for the rest of eternity, just like you don't want to be in a jail cell. It's sort of the same reasoning. It's just I believe it is valuable to care about your society more because it is in the now. It is now to care about your fellow man and care about your society that provides you with so much. Even if you have problems with it, understand what you receive from it. Okay, for self-interest. So this goes into self-interest. So you can become happy yourself because it's easier to. So far the reasons are you can become happier yourself because you incorporate with the cultural group more. You can organize society easier because everyone has like a national identity or a cultural identity that they're following, and with principles and virtues. They all have, then they're following rules, so it's just easier to organize them. That's kind of what I'm getting. These are arguments more for organizing society, it seems, and for yourself. Yeah, for self-interest. Alright, so here's the next one. Some ethicists, that's how you, ethicists. Pronunciation.
Ethicus.
ethicists. Some ethicists believe that humans ultimately act out of self-service. This is cynicalism now. That they do things with their own interests in mind. This viewpoint even informs their moral behavior, as hinted at in the golden rule. Do unto others as you would do unto you. In similar Eastern idea of karma being good, can be a self-serving pursuit. So I guess that's what Aristotle was thinking too, that everyone is self-interested. So to still act in a good way while being self-interested and acknowledging that, you must understand like the golden rule. Okay. Hence, if a person behaves morally, respectfully, and kindly to others for whatever reasons, and even if those reasons are motivated by self-interest, good things will happen to that person. Kind, 1 second. Okay. So yeah, that was talking about the cynical aspect of human nature, which is good. It's good to acknowledge it because I don't believe in like altruism where everyone is inherently good. We do have some form of self-interested motivating factor, which is fine to acknowledge. It's not inherently bad. I think as a human, you have a biological imperative, you could say, to act in your own self-interest. So basically, tying yourself to cultural identity, organizing society good. So society organizes better. You can implement rules easier. Everyone's getting along. Um, Everyone's following rules. Yeah, all that. You probably have easier way to. Everyone's not fighting each other. You don't have a risk to your own agency. Everyone has a stake in it, basically. So these are good. I do like these arguments. Yeah, these are good ways to be virtuous. Now, where the problem is you need to define which virtue and values you adhere to. Yeah. So a value, yeah, an ends to a mean. I remember that. And yeah, virtues and values can be interchangeably, but so what is it? All values or all virtues can be valued. I think it can. That's what it means, but not all values can be virtues. So all virtues can be values, but not all. Values can be virtues. Like innovation, if you value innovation, that's not a virtue. But like truthfulness, if you value truthfulness and you want to increase as much truthfulness as possible, you can. That would also be a virtue. Okay. But the biggest problem with this is the only like fundamental what's it called? The only fundamental things that humanity will agree on are things that first, I believe, fulfill all of our self-interest motives. So, like one of the first, I'm very out of my area of expertise here, but it would make sense if like the first governments were designed to resolve conflict instead of instead of develop things. Yeah, and I think I did read a quote from Hamilton in the Federalist Papers. Is it here? Let me. I do have the Federalist book. I think it's Federalist number 15. I need to read. I'm going to read this one too. But I think he was saying that. Let's see. Um, do 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 do. I'm not gonna be able to find this, am I? Well, what Hamilton was saying, if I remember correctly, is sorry. Um, that he was basically saying the role of government. Let me see if I can figure this. I want to get this exact quote. Alex Hander, Hamilton, Federalist Papers. The purpose of government is to the common defense, preserve public police, regulate commerce, and conduct foreign relations, essentially emphasizing a strong national government capable of addressing threats. I think it was to protect against the ambitions of one man. Protect against the ambitions of any man. Yeah. Oh, number 51 it is. Federal number 51. To what expedient then shall we finally resort for maintaining in practice the necessary partition of power among the several departments as laid down in the Constitution? So why shall we add a Constitution for the United States and have a federal government? The only answer that can be given is that all these exterior provisions are found to be inadequate. The defect must be supplied by so contriving the interior structure of the government as that its several constituent parts may, by their mutual relations, be the means of keeping each other in their proper places. So Um, Without presuming to undertake a full development of this important idea, I will hazard a few general observations which may perhaps place it in a clearer light, and enable us to form a more correct judgment of the principles and structure of the government planned by the convention. In order to lay a due foundation for that separate and distinct exercise of the different powers of government, which to a certain extent is admitted on the hands to be essential to the preservation of liberty, it is evident that each department should have a will of its own, and consequently should be constituted that the members of each should have as little agency as possible in the appointment of the members of the others. Were this principle rigorously adhered to, it would require that all the appointments Federalist Papers, government protect against the ambitions of man, because men are not perfect or something, I think it is. Oh, come on, AI. Or is it Federalist number 6? It might be Federalist number 6. I'm going to find this. I love this tangent. The 3 last numbers of this paper have been dedicated to an the last 3 numbers of this paper have been dedicated to an enumeration. Let me... 1 second. Let me put this in private mode. There we go. The action of mentioning a number of things one by one. Of dangers to which we should be exposed in a state of disunion from the arms and arts of foreign nations. I shall now proceed to delineate dangers of a different and perhaps still more alarming kind, those which will in all probability flow from dissensions between the states themselves and from domestic factions and convulsions. These have been already in some instances slightly anticipated, but they deserve a more particular and more full investigation. A man must be far gone in utopian speculations who can seriously doubt that, if these states should either be wholly disunited or only united in partial confederacies, the subdivisions into which they might be thrown would have frequent and violent contests with each other. To presume a want of motives for such contests as an argument against their existence would be to forget that men are ambitious, vindictive, and rapacious. To look for a continuation of harmony between a number of independent, unconnected sovereignties in the same neighborhood would be to disregard the uniform course of human events and to set at defiance the accumulated experience of ages. This is why Hamilton was a brilliant man. Hamilton saw, and this is what this author is also pointing to, that if we are disunited in a purpose, in our virtues, our values, our principles, everything, then it will... Well, men are just usually that. That's what he was saying. Men are usually disunited without some sort of greater identity. And that was the purpose and the argument for government. They would help suppress men that are ambitious, vindictive, and rapacous, aggressively rapacious. That's what the word. So having some incentive. That's basically what he's arguing for. He's arguing for an incentive to keep men in check. All right, the last one is because humans are good. This is a major theme of moral philosophy. The essential question is this: are humans ethical because they have to be, or do humans pursue a moral life because of certain acts that are just naturally good or naturally bad? As an action, this plays out in the idea that humans, by and large, are themselves naturally good, and they try to act accordingly. So if you assume humans are altruistic, then yeah, you just want to follow whatever society says is the most virtuous. But assuming that, I think, is a bit ignorant and just a bit silly, because there are instances where humans are not good. And I think that largely is driven by a groupthink fallacy and understanding that because of like populist and all that group cultural crap. But I think individually, each individual can make good ethical decisions in a vacuum, absent from each other. Virtues. Central to the discussion of ethics is the notion of virtues. Moral philosophy is very much invested in determining not only the way humans ought to act, but also the way they act. Ethics lead to quantitative values, and those values are the handful of qualities that direct good behavior. So ethics are basically the broad, the specific rules that govern your qualitative moral code. Your quantitative, so your specific rules is your ethics, and the even more specific is quality. So ethics should be your rules that is as broad as possible, and your morals are ethics leads to quantitative values, and those values are a handful of qualities that direct good behavior. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Okay. Most every different viewpoint on ethics is concerned with virtues, because virtues have no ties to a specific religion or ethical ideology, and many are universal. Some aren't, but that's a question for ethicists to debate. Yes. So I agree with the author there. I mean, I think he's a little simplistic, but this is Ethics 101. I do have books on the way for understanding what can we actually say is virtuous and what can we actually say isn't. Yeah. I'm doing pretty good in reading lists. Nice. The sophists. I think that's how you say it. Sophists. Sophists. The sophists. Philosophers for hire. Okay. Sophists were professional traveling teachers who worked as freelance tutors in Athens and major Greek cities in the 5th century before Christ. They offered only to wealthy males an education in virtues which was called actry, arete. Arete. Okay, cool. They got rich but were widely resented because they had their own agenda for what they teach the children of the wealthy. Warrior values such as courage and physical strength. So these are basically the early forms of intelligentsia, I believe. Intelligentsia. I think intellectuals or highly educated people as a group, especially well regarded as possessing culture. Oh, maybe not, because they didn't have influence, but they were highly educated. Oh, excuse me. Okay. As Athens adopted the early vestiges, vestige, a trace of something that is disappearing and no longer exists. Vestiges. The early vestiges of democracies later on, okay, so they're a trace of something that is disappearing or no longer exists. So the early traces of something. As the Athens adopted the early vestiges of democracies later on, arete evolved to mean how to influence others, particularly citizens in political functions, through persuasions with a mastery of rhetoric, or the ability to debate and discuss. Sophistic. Oh, that's where sophisticated comes from. From sophistic. Education grew out of this and capitalized on it. Oh, sophisticated. Sophist. Oh, that's so cool. Okay. So sophists were actually... I'm going to see if the word sophisticated... origin. The word sophist derives from the same Greek root as philosophy, while sophisticated derives so so it looks like it comes from Greek and some Latin. That might not be true. Virtues of the sophists. Okay. Among the virtues professed by some of the sophists were Protagoras. Truth is relative, and so therefore everyone has their own subjective truth. Relativism, Protagoras. Okay. Gorgas. I want to make sure these are weird names, okay? I need to make sure I'm reading this right. Protagoras. Pre-Socratic. And Socratic, what was Socratic again? Socratic means like Socrates, I think. Yeah, before Socrates. And Socrates was Plato's teacher, and Plato was Aristotle's teacher. That's what that means. Okay. Protagoras. Pronunciation. Oh, Protagoras. See, this is why I look it up. Because I'm just like bad at pronouncing stuff. Protagoras. Gorgas. Pronunciation.
Big idea.
Name, pronunciation, Greek, Greek, sophist, Greek pronunciation, philosopher, Gorgias.
Gorgias. Gorgias. Gorgias. Protagoras. And Protagus, probably. Pronunciation. Prodigus. Prodigus, Protagoras, and Gordigas. Okay. Alright, Gordigas. Gordias.
Gias.
Portuguese. Okay. They are saying if something does exist, we cannot ever really know of it, and we have no way to communicate it. Yeah, so this talks about unfalsifiability. Protagus, wisdom is a great virtue, and those that are wise should receive more attention than the less learned. Okay. Virtues, so therefore everyone has their own subjective truth. So some of these aren't virtues though. So virtue is something you should possess. You are making an ought statement for the behavior of somebody. So when they say the virtues of sophists or sophists, truth is relative, and so therefore everyone has their own subjective truth. So I guess that just means whatever virtue or anything you want. Well, no. This isn't a virtue. This isn't an ought statement. You're not qualifying it. You're not qualifying this. Well, everyone. Therefore, everyone. No, you've quantified it to everyone in your... Truth is relative. Okay. So you've qualified it enough to understand. But no. They haven't qualified it enough. They've qualified it to everyone. But they haven't qualified it enough to say if they are making a normative or metaphysical analysis or assertion. So it's hard to say if this is actually a virtue or not, because if it were a virtue, they would be making an ought statement or saying this is a good thing for people to possess or not. This isn't saying that. If this is actually a virtue, then it can be said that any belief anybody has then, or any idea is ultimately good. That's moral relativism. But just this one sentence alone doesn't make it a virtue. But if we were to assume it was a virtue, then they would be saying that any virtue is inherently good. So it doesn't matter what virtue you have, and being virtuous is about being... Well, I'm really digging in there. So this Gorgas is saying, if something does exist, we cannot ever really know of it, and we have no way to communicate it. So maybe it's virtuous to not harp on these big ideas. Okay. Maybe Protagoras was saying that maybe it's virtuous to not have to be humble, maybe, one trying to find ultimate virtue, or trying to making odd statements. The normative aspect of moral relativism is kind of wild. That's where like sadism, the Marco de Sade, I think. Marquis de Sade, that's his name, the founder of sadism. Okay. And Prodicus, when he says wisdom is a great virtue, and those that are wise should receive more attention than the less learned, that is a very clear, normative statement saying wisdom is a great virtue. So it's qualified enough. We've qualified it enough, and we've quantified it enough to the people of how it should affect people. So the people who aren't as bought into wisdom should receive less attention. So basically, your education should be tied to a vote. He might say something like that. I don't know if he did, but it sounds like that type of philosophy would be in agreement with that. The 6 main teachers in Athens at that time came to be known collectively as the Sophists. These influential philosophical thinkers wrapped up their ideas with politics, human behavior, and moral philosophy. Their names were Protagoras, Gorgas, Antiphon, and Antiphion, Hippias, Prodicus, and Thyramachus. Okay, I'm not looking them up. Okay, we're going on, moving on. Going with the flow. It's difficult to fully understand the philosophy of the Sophists because, like many texts of all kinds from ancient Greece, detailed records of their work have not survived. Most of their arguments were oral anyhow. They were all about debate and rhetoric, not rigorous research and synthesis. So it's not about empirical, but more about theoretical philosophy. Most of what is known about them are from text fragments, Plato's withering criticism of them later on, and other second-hand writings a generation or more removed. While all ethical arguments are subjective in their drive to find objective ends to ethical ideas, the Sophists were widely regarded as just plain wrong. Wow, so people really didn't like the Sophists. This is because they often used faulty logic to explain and justify what they said were truths. In fact, their end goals were to be private tutors and to keep the wealthy and powerful wealthy and powerful. They had no interest in overarching truths about humanity. Their ethical arguments kept in line with the idea that it is moral, or rather amoral, or above the concept of morality, to act as one sees fit in order to win. Happiness doesn't matter. Doing the right thing doesn't matter. The only constant consequence that truly matters is winning. So this is the author criticizing ancient philosophers at the time, pre-Socratic, pre-Socrates, basically, because they're very self-righteous and self-interested philosophy, just to educate and the children of the wealthy to justify their hedonist actions. Okay. So, but it's still very interesting because this shows the moral development of humanity. I mean, they're in especially there's the good, the bad, and the ugly in humanity. So it's good to look at all sides. Because even the author acknowledges here that um, while all ethical arguments are subjective and derive to find objective ends to ethical ideas, the sophists were rarely regarded as just plain wrong. So that is a opinionated statement. He probably has the principled stance that you should. They were saying you should have interest in overarching truth about humanity. That's basically what the author is arguing here, and that I agree. That the idea of universalizing your morals and ethics to a broader concept of society. The debate team. Similarly, sophists like to win public speaking contests and debates so as to increase their standing, and salary demands among other sophists. So they developed methods that made their arguments sound good even if they weren't truthful. But here's what we can learn from the sophists. The importance of debate, arguing and seeing an argument, though, and by the sin of omission, being able to back those arguments up with facts or proof, or at the very least be able to argue a point and reason through is so the argument at least makes sense. So that's the importance. That's what we can learn from sophists, is the importance of debate and having empirical evidence, and just constantly challenging your own assumptions rather than falling for the trap the sophist fell into. Here's how they did it. When arguing a position in a classroom, public debate, or competition, they would offer a best proof in support. Ideally, this would be a quotation from a great work of Greek religious literature that told of the gods in their actions. After all, if an action of the gods was found to be similar to that being discussed in debate, then that was evidence of the correctness of the actions. For the gods are gods, and they are infallible. This line of argument was not completely objective, but that didn't really matter for the sophists, because the ones who did best in these debates and discussions were those who had a mastery of quotations. Whoever could come up with his justification the fastest was seen as the smartest and was usually the winner of the debate. A masterful sophist like this would then get more work tutoring the son of a wealthy Athenian, and there were a whole series of practical courses that a sophist could teach his young charges. Among the skills the students were taught by their private philosophers were how to argue and win despite a bad case, how to charm someone to get what you want, how to manipulate others in business deals, how to do whatever it takes to win. So, they didn't. This was way before like Kantian ideology. They're not looking at like a broader analysis of society and just following what's it called principle, and they're just following what makes them the most money, because they're teaching only the wealthy kids, and that's what they wanted. The real kicker is that many of the sophists didn't actually believe the stuff they espoused, namely the religious justifications and examples they used in their arguments. Sophists were most likely atheists, cynical about the Greek fandom, pantheon of gods and its traditions, but they did believe in the often win it at all costs nature of their teachings. For them, it was all about saying what Athenians wanted to hear so they could get to work. The sophists may have shown a complete lack of ethics at the highest level, which was damaging to humanity and democracy, but they did bring up some philosophical truths that are still being debated in ethics and circles today. Socrates, Plato, and Aristotle rose up from the sophist tradition to create legitimate, not-for-profit philosophy that set out to investigate human nature in the right ways to act. Society's demand for wisdom required more than what the sophists offered. But at least the sophists espoused practical application of virtues, whatever they may be, to life, which is what ethics is all about. It's no coincidence that today the term sophistry has come to mean fake knowledge that sounds real. Sophistry that sounds real because it's surrounded by the trappings of logic, knowledge, and academia. It means the deliberate use of phony reasoning. Sophistry. I'm pronouncing that right? Sophist. I'm probably some pronunciation. Sophist. So now, before Socrates, Aristotle, and Plato came along, these sophists were basically just saying a bunch of bull crap to further their own gain. That's basically what happened here. Then the big boys freaking were born, and they were like, yeah, let's figure out how to diss on these retards, basically. Give me 1 sec. I'll be right back on a drink. Alrighty, I'm back. My phone just went off again. Where did I put it? Oh, right here. Ooh. Okay. So, the Socratic method. So, I believe this is like a method for argumentation and rhetoric. How Socrates shaped ethics. The period in which Socrates, from 470 to 390 before Christ, lived in Athens, was known as the Golden Age, in part because of Socrates' contributions to elevating human knowledge, reason, and understanding. Socrates was educated by an early philosopher named Anaxagoras. Yeah, so Anaxagoras. 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 So this is pre-Socrates. Okay. Okay. Anaxagoras, at first splitting his time between philosophy and cosmology, the study of the nature of reality in an early form of philosophy. Eventually, he switched almost entirely to philosophy. As a way to learn, he always asked questions, pestering residents of Athens to make them realize they didn't even have a moral code. Wow, that's funny. Um, wow, crazy. Quotable voices. True wisdom comes to each of us when we realize how little we understand about life, ourselves, and the world around us. I agree. Totally agree with that. And that's what I was saying just a little bit ago. You have to be mindful of your own limitations of a human. That's just by being a human, that's innate in itself. You will get things wrong. Even the smartest person in the world, Einstein, Stephen Hawking, Nicholas Tesla, Benjamin Franklin, all these very, very smart people who discovered things, I would say, well, maybe those are bad examples because physicists usually like proving they're right all the time. But you have to go in with the faith in empiricalism and data and research, because you know your mind can deceive you, and data and proof is the ultimate way to figure out things, and that's true wisdom. Before Socrates streamlined philosophy and ethics to be about why humans do what they do, philosophy was about the intersection of metaphysics, religion, and science. But Socrates was interested in the theoretical notions that promoted all of those other fields. He was the first to assert that philosophy should be about figuring out how people should live their lives, and that the cornerstone of ethics was determining which virtues carried the most merit. Never stop asking questions. It's possible that Socrates' most important legacy in the Western philosophical canon is the introduction of the dialectical method of questioning. Socrates called it eluchus, elenchus, eluncus. Oh, there's so many words. Eluchus. Aluncus, which translate to cross-examination. Aluncus. A logical refutation. Socratic method. Okay. It's since come to known as the Socratic method. The Socratic method is a savvy scientific approach to discussing philosophical questions and highly conceptual notions. Technically, this method of inquiry is a process of negative hypothesis elimination. Better points than the one raised can be found by two parties debating each other on the topic, asking questions, raising objections, and then eliminating potential possibilities as they are disproven. The Socratic method would later be adapted into the very similar scientific method that is used to determine truths about the physical world. So that is interesting. It's kind of what I used to do, I still do. Is a process of negative hypothesis elimination. So, what does that mean? So, when you make a hypothesis, you make an assertion or a prediction almost that a theory that something could be true. If this is true, I believe if this is true, then all this would happen. But since it's negative, you're basically doing the process of elimination, I think. The Socratic method, also known as the method of elenchus, or Socratic debate, is a form of argumentative dialogue between individuals based on asking questions and answering questions. Method. Argument of disproof or refutation, cross-examining, testing, and scrutiny is the central technique of the Socratic method. The Latin form of elenchus, lunchii, is used in English as a technical philosophical term. The most common adjectival form in English. Okay. Socrates, as depicted by Plato, generally applied his method of examination to concepts such as virtues of piety, wisdom, temperance, courage, and justice. Such an examination challenged the implicit moral belief of the interlocutors, bringing out inadequacies and inconsistencies in their belief, and usually resulting in aporia, conundrum, or a state of puzzlement. Declaration of doubt made red. Oh, this is amazing, because this is like giving meaning to impasses. It's a conundrum, state, or puzzlement in rhetoric. It is a declaration of doubt made for rhetorical purposes and often feigned, insincere. Oh, okay. Seemingly irresolvable impasse in inquiry, and often arising as a result of equally plausible yet inconsistent premises, i.e. a paradox. It can also denote the state of being perplexed or at a loss, such as a puzzle or impasse. Oh, this is amazing, because this is just giving words to things that I've always used. Wow, I didn't know I was using the Socratic method. In view of such inaccuracy, Socrates himself professed ignorance. Professed of quality, feeling, or belief, claimed or asserted openly but often falsely. Socrates said that his awareness of his ignorance made him wiser than those, though ignorant, still claimed knowledge. Report Dephtheric that no man was wiser than Socrates. While this belief seems paradoxical at first glance, in fact it allowed Socrates to discover his own errors. Wow, that's amazing. Oh, this is cool, man. Okay. Socrates' personal life. Socrates was an academic who never stopped learning. At the detriment to his family, married to a woman named Xenope, and the father of 3 sons. He was so obsessed with his search for wisdom and knowledge that he often neglected to support his family. The Socratic method breaks down a problem into a series of small questions. That the answers help the participants craft and hone a solution, making it better and better and more difficult to refute or disprove, and therefore more likely to be true. This leads to much rational thinking and the singling out of good ideas. Amazing. A virtuous life. Socrates advocated a life of virtue, or a crete. Was that? No, a rete. To Socrates, living a moral, wholesome, and decent life was in the best interest of everyone, including the individual. He felt the only way to live a life of happiness was to be morally upstanding. He reasoned that once people understood the good virtues with which to live life, then they would always do good. Because once you know what the good way is, why would you do anything else? Socrates had a very high opinion of his fellow human beings. It's altruism. It's like taught altruism. You can be teached how to be altruistic, but utilizing that altruism requires a courage and knowledge of or a commitment to one's own values, which requires commitment, endurance, ambiguity. Rushmore Kidder talked about it a lot. Conversely, Socrates attested that the only reason people do anything bad or unhealthy was out of moral ignorance. They aren't versed in their virtues and simply don't know any better. But if one truly makes an effort to study and understand what Socrates said were the most important virtues, courage, justice, pity, and temperance, then that person will, of course, make every effort to live out those virtues all the time, and this individual will be happy doing so. Socrates firmly believed that if people are educated in the moral ways, they will do what is right. Now, I'm not sure how much I agree with they will always do the right thing, but I'm sure they would have the tools at their disposal. I really want to make the distinction between action and inaction. So just knowing what is good is inaction. You know how to quantify all of your goodness, basically, but to qualify your virtues, then you need to really know how to commitment, basically. Is commitment and endure through stuff. The death of Socrates. Socrates so agitated the status quo, typo, that he became famous for his theories about human nature and philosophy. He was eventually condemned to death for being an atheist, not believing in the Greek pantheon, and corrupting the youth of Athens by imploring them to question everything. He had time to escape but didn't, because he thought it would be contrary to his principles, as depicted in Plato's Crito. He drank hemlock, a poison, and spent his last day questioning the morality of the soul with his friends. Within this chain of reasoning, this ultimately unrealistic scenario does make sense after all. Makes sense. After all, who would knowingly do something evil? This conflicts mightily with Aristotle's much more realistic concepts of akrisia, or moral weakness, which manifests in those who know what the morally correct decision is, and then does something bad anyway, being morally courageous or not. That's great. Socrates believed it was the duty of the philosopher to write, debate, and teach. In doing so, this freed others of their microconceptions, delusions, doubts, self-deceptions, and other virtue-blocking negative feelings, and got them on the road to eudaimonia. 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 Oh yeah, happiness. Okay. So that was Socrates, and now we're going to his student, Plato. Oh, this is amazing. I want to get to chapter 3. I'm about halfway there. The Platonic ideal. Plato being Platonic in like a relationship. You think there's any correlation there? The Sikon. What is Sikon? A young shoot or twig of a plant. The scion of a prominent Athenian family. Okay, so the descendant. Plato, that lived from 428 to 348 before Christ, was fortunate and bright enough to begin his academic career as a student of Socrates. Sorry. After Socrates died, Plato absorbed new ideas, his own institution called the Academy. Later a teacher to Aristotle, who brightly laid the groundwork for the complete theory of Western ethical thought. I'm actually thinking, I'm trying to think of how much I agreed with Socrates in his decision to end his own life. Because he believed if he were to evade the due process of law, or the will of the people, or not the due process of the law, but the will of, like, what is the might, basically, then it would go against his principle. This, what I think to be the case, and I've heard this from political pundits before, that if you are in a situation, just any situation, where the rules are unbalanced, then you cannot play by like the established rules you've given yourself. You must equalize it. So, especially if this is only in the case if the other side has an unfair advantage over you. So in political discourse, say, um, just for example, like Party A talks about adheres to principle, doesn't use harmful rhetoric, tries to be as peaceful and genuine and fair as possible, even outcasts their own members in their own party. But Party B, they're more of a you ride it till die. You're part of the party till the end, and they'll devise reasons to further their own interest and um, do scheming things behind the scenes. It can't be the case that Party A must follow the rules if Party B cannot follow the rules too, because the rules are meant in place to keep a peaceful society, and if it's not the case that rules are being followed, then the other party has an interest in staying popular, so they must use the same harmful rhetoric to gain popularity. But I'm not sure how you stop that spiraling, because at some point you'll just keep getting harmful and harmful. That's ultimately what political polarization is. Later a teacher to Aristotle, Plato is the second in the direct line of ancient Greek philosophers who brightly laid the groundwork for a complete history of Western ethical thought. Not only was he a philosopher who suggested fascinating truths about the universe and human nature, he dared to do so outside the strict confines of religion. But he nailed it down what it is that makes us human. We think, we reason. He was among the first academics or thinkers to develop an analytical system that we could use to analyze information. So in that way, he showed the West how to think about thinking. Cool. So I agree with Plato about the distinctions between us and animals. We think, we reason. Now, I think that all you need to, when you're in an argument with somebody debating animal ethics, they will point to like brain activity, how that's similar. I mean, their actions of a dog kind of match our reasoning ability to an extent. But we know there is something different between us humans and animals that isn't just based on physical characteristics. I mean, obviously we look different, but like mentally wise, you will never communicate morals to a dog. You just won't. It's impossible to do so. Now, when Plato simply says, we think, we reason, that is all that needs to be said. That's actually a good point, I think. We think and we reason. That is the distinguishing factors between us humans and us animals. I mean, you could get into the weeds of it if you really wanted to debate about it. So animals have been shown to do some reasoning ability and some thinking ability. Maybe it's a certain trait of reasoning, like predicting the future or understanding abstract theory, communication, or these very complex, narrowed down ideas of what we think separates animals and humans. Because why isn't it the case, if we aren't so different, that animals aren't building or communicating philosophy, and why aren't they organizing themselves in societal manners like humans do? It's just there has to be some kind of difference in the self of between humans and animals that I think, in my opinion, and admittedly, I'm still a novice in philosophy. I'm not well read, even in like neuroscience and all that. I still think it's okay to value that human experience, our reasoning, our thinking ability, whatever that may be. I like to say the human experience, just to label that, because it's more broader and it's less, you know, it can be refuted less, because it actually explains just this experience we value, whatever may be the cause of it. Um, but all that's to say that there's we don't know what makes us different, so it might not even be worth arguing until we actually empirically know what that difference is, and until we know that what it is, it might not even be worth having those types of arguments because they're likely to be emotionally driven. Um, we don't even know how our brain works. I mean, we know the areas, we know neurons, we know structures, we know that they're all connected in our brain, and different areas of the brain do different things. We have that general meta idea, but to why our brain reacts in the way that they do and the underlying concepts of why consciousness arises in our first place. And I have books coming about this too, about emergentism, and stuff like that. I think it will be really interesting to explore those ideas. But anyways, enough rambling. Plato was also a moral philosopher because at the time morality was more or less the reach of philosophy. Philosophy had not yet reached the point, why do we do what we do, level of questioning. It was more about what we ought to behave in the best way possible, so as to make ourselves happy and content in a world that can be confusing and cruel. The answer, to this quandary, this conundrum basically, virtues. Of the three main Western ethical schools of thought that will be discussed in this book, deontology, consequentialism, and virtue ethics. Oh, we're not going to be talking about utility. We must be talking. Oh, consequential utilitarianism. Never mind. Virtue ethics is definitely the oldest. It is perhaps also the simplest to understand. Plato created a lot of the basic virtue theory. He was of the mind that the inner moral goodness of some thing does not reside in the action itself, as it does with deontology. Okay. So goodness is separate from action, or in the results of those actions, as in consequentialism. Rather, virtue ethics focuses on who we are inside, our moral fiber. Our conscience, our virtues. For Plato, an action is only good in that a virtuous person takes those actions and does so from a place of deeply held conviction. In other words, the goodness is already inside you. Now, virtue ethics is I think it's good. It's good in cases when you're trying to give people the benefit of the doubt, which often is the correct way to approach things. But not in every case. There are bad actors. Bad actors do exist. And given that most people do not, Kissinger, I think it's Kissinger. It might not be Kissinger, but there was the three stages of moral development: pre-conventional, conventional, and post-conventional. I already talked about this. Only 80%, only 20% of people are in the post-conventional stage. So, and I would say as like a value that the post-conventional stage is everyone should be in it, but given that not many people are in it, maybe giving the benefit of the doubt to people and just believing that they're usually just ignorant in doing like Dunning-Kruger is probably the best thing to realize. Virtue ethics is the idea that ethics is about the agents, not their actions or consequences. Those agents must be in possession of positive character traits called virtues in order to act morally and to have a good character. So, I'm going to really cross-examine my thinking, but I think part of being human, I think there is an innate virtue in just that experience that is worth valuing. In that would go against like government and vigilante like justice. Well, not justice, but like the death, basically killing people. If we truly like, there's a baseline. I mean, we can obviously value more. Like we can value movements over human life. Like ideas speak louder than the human life in some cases. But there should be a baseline that when you have somebody in confinement, why should it be the case that we execute them and remove the beauty of their human experience? The thing that makes them different, the thing that puts them in confinement in the first place, that is what makes them special. Yeah. But I want to cross-examine my views more and build a better foundation to why I believe that. And reading this should help with that. Building on Socrates, early in his career, Plato presented his teachings of Socrates in the form of dialogues or records of conversations that Socrates had with his students or other debate partners. It's in his middle dialogues period that Plato really began to strike out his own. His early dialogues are concerned mostly with asking questions. In his middle period, he provides conclusions and answers to conundrums. He kept up the dialogue format to discuss philosophical issues, expanding on the ideas of Socrates first explored. For example, in the dialogue Meno, Plato reiterates the powerful Socratic ethical notion that no one does wrong knowingly, that they simply don't yet have the virtues that allow them to know the difference between right and wrong. Now, I kind of agree. It's hard to fully buy into an idea, but in the situation of debate, or everyday layman talking in arguing in discourse, that's probably the case. Somebody advocating for murder, I would less likely see as a psychopath and more likely just a person who has underdeveloped morals. But Plato did more than reiterate that ethical notion in Meno. He also examined it Wait. Plato is powerful Socratic ethical notion that no one does wrong knowingly, that they simply don't have the virtues that allow them to know. Yep, difference between right and wrong. Okay. But Plato did more than reiterate that ethical notion in Meno. He also examined it by introducing the amnesis, or the doctrine of recollection. Plato asserted that humans are actually born in possession or of all knowledge that we simply discovered along the way. It is through this that Plato explores, but doesn't actually really answer, the notion of whether or not virtue can be taught. Interesting way to view it. A New Republic. Plato's most influential work in his Middle Dialogues era, The Republic, is a book about justice, both in an ideal government and in an ideal individual. It begins with a Socratic conversation about the nature of justice before continuing into a lengthy discussion of the cardinal virtues of justice, wisdom, courage, and moderation, both in the individual and in the whole of the society. He tied ethics into the political sphere. Such was the importance of it to the government-centric, close-knit city-state of Athens. To Plato, ethics were crucial to the concept of justice at the political level. He held that just individuals made up a just society, and that both should be driven by three main virtues: temperance, wisdom, and courage. I want to make sure I know what temperance is. As moderation or voluntary self-restraint. So, being humble, basically. Humble and just knowing your level, basically. Virtues of justice. Yep. The first three, when properly developed and balanced, result in the fourth virtue, justice. So you need three virtues before you can have justice. Partially, to explain what a just individual might strive for, Plato used the Republic to demonstrate the notion of a just city. Or Calopolis. Calopius. For the sake of comparison, in this model, the city is split into three classes. Guardians, those are the rulers of Calopius. To Plato, a ruler must be someone whose chief concern is justice and truth, and who has learned the more essential knowledge along the way than someone in any other class. By this, Plato means that the only philosophers are truly qualified to rule. Wow. Auxiliaries. 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 Okay. The warrior or military class, tasked with defending the city from invading enemies, with keeping the peace inside the city. The enforcers of the justice and truth. And producers, the largest class of society. It's what today we'd call the working class or middle class. Plato includes here everybody who isn't a ruler or warrior. Everyone from doctors to artists to judges to craftsmen. Judges might not be. Maybe. They are so named because they produce goods and services. I wouldn't say a judge is a producer. They would be more closely to the guardian side, where you're keeping justice in check, making sure justice is enforced. In an individual person, each of these classes corresponds to a part of his or her soul. The guardians are wise and all-knowing, so they are reason personified. Spirit, which means the mind's emotional systems and impulses, goes along with the reactive and regulatory auxiliary. Producers correlates to the epidi- appetitive because they are both about propagation, either of the city or of the self. A justice together, although under the rule of the guardians, are two are so too does Plato view individual justice, or harmony, or the different soul parts living in proper balance, but with reason ruling above all. Okay. So reason should always be in the highest form of society in philosophy. Quotable voices. There are three classes of men: lovers of wisdom, lovers of honor, and lovers of gain. The moral philosophy of Aristotle. We got this. I'm gonna finish this. Been going for 3 hours. Woohoo! Aristotle lived from 384 to 322 before Christ, was an Athenian philosopher in ancient Greece, a founding figure of Western philosophy. He enjoyed a spectacle emphasis on ethics, although his system of wisdom involved all kinds of philosophical subsets, including metaphysics, aesthetics, political theory, and science. Along with his predecessors, Socrates and Plato, his work forms the basis of all later Western philosophical thought, particularly medieval movements like so casticism, so stochasticism, and the rise of philosophy in the East. His writings were translated, spread, and interpreted in the Muslim world and in the Far East. His principles are part of a system that bears his name, Aristotelianism. Aristotle's father, who was the personal physician of Macedonian king Aemenes, and so he grew up as an aristocrat and enjoyed the according behaviors of education. Both of his parents died when he was a child. At the age 18, he moved to, at the age, when he was a child, and at the age 18, he moved to Athens to attend Plato's academy, a place he stayed on as a teacher for 20 years. Because Aristotle developed his own branching off of Plato's philosophies, Plato's nephew was chosen to lead the academy, and so Aristotle left. So he eventually went on to tutor the young Alexander the Great and then returned to Athens. And outside of the city, he established his own school called the Lyceum, a direct competitor to Plato's academy. Cultivating virtues. The curriculum at the Lyceum was broad, but the ethical portion focused on natural philosophy. Only fragments of the works he wrote during this time survived. Ooh. Among them are Oragenian physics, metaphysics, Nicomachean ethics, politics, anemia, rhetoric, and poetics. And only about a fifth of his entire works have survived, totaling about 12 volumes. But due to the efforts of the latter scholars, editors, and compilers, we nonetheless have a pretty good representation of his contributions to ethics. While Socrates and Plato delved into ethics, they didn't give it a name or treat it as its own subject. Sorry. Aristotle changed that, coming up with the word ethics, or rather ethos, the science of morals. in defining it as an attempt at a rational explanation to the universe, an ongoing question of how human ought to act and behave. So ethos, pathos, logos. Um, so ethos is like what you feel, like what you believe to be true. Pathos is authority, and logos is logic, your reason. I think that's what it is. Ethos, pathos, logos. Ethos is appeal to the speaker's authority. Really? Status or authority? Credibility, emotion. Okay, so ethos is credibility. That doesn't make sense, but so when you have ethos, your character, that's your ethos. Your credentials, endorsements, morals, knowledge, experience, confidence. Okay. So I wonder how that relates to ethics though. So ethics is like the things that make moral codes. So it's like the very top. Okay, I guess you could see how it is. It's like the very fundamental, like the first thing you should be having. It's like um, ethical, or maybe I don't know. I don't know. Defining it as an attempt at rational explanation of, to the universal and ongoing question of how humans ought to act and behave. Oh, how to act and behave. Okay, act and behave. Furthermore, Aristotle related political theory closely to ethics, calling politics the examination of how the government should behave and politicians should rule. Um, and distinguishing ethics as how the individual should pursue good. Okay, so, that makes sense. Yep. So, political theory is just talking about government, its role, how to make a good government, how they should act good, and whatever. And ethos or ethics is basically concerned with how people should act to be good and have good virtues and all that. Morals, endorsements, credentials. Yeah, so right there, that's how it relates. Um, one of his main theories was the importance of cultivating virtues. Excellent character, or arete, in its end goal. Excellent conduct, or energeria. For Aristotle, as he wrote about the Nicomachean Ethics, a person with excellent character just has an inclination to do the right thing. And not only does such a person do the right thing, but also does it at the right time and in the right way. Among the virtues, he considered among the most admirable and desirable were bravery and temperance. Mastering these virtues means controlling one's appetites and cardinal desires. More than that, Aristotle attested that acting in a good, clean, virtuous way was a method to bring absolute, undeniable pleasure. Therefore, by rejecting the pleasures of food and flesh, um, for example, a human would find even more happiness in temperance. This is because, for Aristotle, the highest aims are living well through virtue in the pursuit of eudaimonia, that feeling of well-being or happiness. or living one's best life, flourishing and thriving instead of merely existing. In fact, good character was the very prescription for happiness. For happiness, it is a direct line. Okay, cool. Because Aristotle was a student of Plato, and Plato was a student of Socrates, naturally Aristotle's work was going to build on that of those influences. However, one way Aristotle veered off was in the realm of what virtues were the most important. Plato discussed four cardinal virtues: courage, temperance, justice, and prudence. But in his writings, Aristotle focused entirely on courage and temperance as the main virtues, while also discussing many second-tier virtues. Practical wisdom or prudence was its own thing, and something to be heartily pursued. He also attested that all the highest moral virtues require each other, and all are necessary in requiring of the intellectual or practical value. He also said that because of this, the happiest life and the one of most virtue is that of a philosopher. Wow. Do I agree with virtue ethics? To live a moral life is to act the most virtuous as possible, to have a good character, to have temperance, courage, justice, and prudence. Wait, no, that was four. No, never mind. Yeah, have courage and temperance as the main virtues. To have those two. While discussing many second-tier virtues, practical wisdom or prudence was its own thing. Interesting. Acting over thinking. Ethics were not merely theoretical as far as Aristotle was concerned. You can't just have virtues and expect to be happy. Rather, one has to work on getting those virtues. And work to attain those virtues, both by being trained in them and experiencing life in order to become good. In other words, actions are as important as intentions. A virtuous person should clearly study what those virtues are, but that person must also act on them and do good things. This is called practical ethics, and the logic is a bit circular. To be ethical, one must learn what is ethical, and then to do those things which makes that person ethical, Conversely, he says that good actions are wasted if they are not done as part of a drive to a virtuous life. To summarize, to be ethical, one must have the intent to be ethical and then frame those actions within the ethical knowledge so as to obtain virtues. Then he says, you'll be happy. So if you believe in something and you actually want to be, you want to actually pursue virtues, and you want to want some certain virtues to expand more and be more popular, then following your own virtue is the best thing that you can do to live a happy life. Yeah, he's not really talking about what is virtuous and what isn't, besides being courageous, and humble with yourself. Yeah, so that's kind of interesting. A separation of the soul. Like all of his Greek counterparts, Aristotle was fascinated with breaking the soul down into parts. Aristotle separated the human soul, or human nature, as we would call it now, into two parts, the rational part and the irrational part. This is similar to the idea of nature versus nurture, or like left side of or right side of your brain. Yep. The rational part includes your skills of reasoning through practical and theoretical concerns. The irrational part describes your wants, emotions, and desires. The irrational aspect of the soul is something common to all living creatures, but the rational part is something humans alone have. It is the rational part, the call to action, that is our purpose. It is our mission to reason our way to virtues and to use virtues to get happy. That's a better description to like what is it? The difference between animals and humans again. How we have a rationality that animals just do not possess. Um, Again, you could just say it's the human experience. Next, unifying another discipline. In addition to philosophy, Aristotle had a profound effect on theater. His Poetics, written in 335 before Christ, is the oldest surviving example of dramatic theory in literary theory. It includes Aristotle's unities, which are three suggestions for how the stage play ideally ought to be written. How stage play ideally ought to be written. The Aristotelian unites are unity of action. A play should have one central plot and have no subplots. Unity of time. The whole thing should take place over the course of 24 hours or less. The unity of place. The place should occur in one setting. Playwrights use the unities as the unofficial rules of their trade for centuries. Interesting. Chapter 1 is a long chapter. Chapter 2 is a little shorter, and I should be able to finish it. Plato and Aristotle largely agreed that the aim of human life was happiness, and the way to get there was living our life of reason, or marketing ethical choices. But while Plato attested that virtues are naturally inside us, Aristotle thought that humans have the capacity to be virtuous, but that virtues are earned and acquired through practice of daily life. In other words, happiness comes by doing things ethically. And I agree with that assertion Aristotle has. I mean, that was the distinction I was making, which was, what's it called? People are, anyone can be like have a post-conventional reasoning, but to act on that virtue, that not virtue, but that act on that yeah, it would be virtue. To act on that virtue, you must learn it, basically. We all have the capacity, we all have the ability, but most of society just doesn't know how to do it. Which is why I say philosophy should be one of the first classes you learn in elementary school. It is very, very important to understand ethical reasoning, thinking, logic, your emotion, all these things that you learn how to be humble, and all these ideas will get you thinking more logically. The Greek divergent Greek schools. With their writings and schools, Socrates, Plato, and Aristotle established a Greek academic and philosophical tradition. They brought up so many new ideas and so many new possibilities that it led to an explosion in philosophical exploration. Many new schools, branches, and cults of personality sprung up after the Golden Age, especially as Greek culture and ideas went out into the world and came back to Greece. Um, Somewhat like the circular logic of Aristotle's practical ethics, Greek philosophy influenced the world, and the world in turn influenced Greek philosophy. Five major philosophical and ethical schools sprung up in the Western world after the Golden Age of Athens. Instead of focusing on the statecraft and governance, um, as the philosophical pillars of the Golden Age had done, adherents of these new branches focused instead on the life of the individual and the personal ethical obligations and approaches. These five groups were. So now we're getting into what's called normative ethics. How ought you should act, or how things are and how ought you should act. So metaphysical / normative ethics. The cynics believe that the one true purpose in life was to seek out and experience happiness. That's not cynicalism. Well, it might, if your justification for that is self-interest in the ultimate good of self-interest behavior, then yeah, I guess that could make sense. But cynics don't necessarily believe the ultimate normative idea should be seeking out pleasure. It might just be a metaphysical analysis of describing human behavior. The skeptics thought there were no moral certainties, and with it, an imperative to doubt everything. So there's always going to be an innate feeling or reason to doubt everything. Drinking my protein shake. Okay. The Epicureans believe pleasure to be the life's highest pursuit. But even as the sect advocated pleasure Okay. So the cynics believe that the one true purpose in life was to seek out and experience happiness. Okay, so they're happiness oriented. The Epicureans believe pleasure to be life's happiest pursuit. Okay. So they're pleasure, but even as the sect advocated pleasure seeking, it warned against pursuing pleasures that could also cause harm to the self and others. So this is where hedonistic ideology becomes a little better, because you're not always advocating for bad, bad things. The Stoics believed that nature was innately rational and that humans were unable to change that powerful force. Morally, they believed that happiness could come by accepting this as truth, and so they endeavored to change their own behaviors so as to fall more in line with this idea. They basically believe what is natural is ultimately good, and you should follow whatever is natural. The Neoplatonists were in the group that was an expansion of the application of Platonic ideals, but with more religious-based theological teachers in Eastern mysticalism. Okay. We're going to go through all of these now. I didn't know Stoics were like everyone says you must be Stoic, but I didn't know that was like actually appealing to like a natural order. Like you must um, appeal like to the natural stuff. So Stoicism is a school of Hellenistic philosophy that flourished in ancient Greece and ancient Rome. The Stoics believe that practice of virtue is enough to achieve a well-lived life. The Stoics identified the path to achieving it with a life spent practicing the four cardinal virtues in everyday life: prudence, fortitude, temperance, and justice, as well as living in accordance with nature. Okay. So it was basically, what's it called? It was basically, sounded like just virtue ethics, just, with a bias towards the natural, um, order, basically. That's what it sounded like. Sorry. Okay. The philosophy of cynics question everything. One thing that the great philosophers of ancient Greece spent a preponderance of time on was applying the individual concepts of philosophy and ethics to political and public life. That was how important politics were to Greece. Public life was all important, and philosophy had to find a way to fit into it. Without that fitting in, Without that fitting in, philosophy would not be taken seriously, much less thrive. Philosophy was a tool that citizens and rulers alike could use to better understand themselves and other humans, and to exploit both for personal gain and or to progress society at its highest levels. In Hellenistic era, from 323 to 30 BC, chief among the changes in philosophy was a shift from political and public applications toward the explicitly personal and how man should behave in his private, non political life. Distinct ethical schools of thought emerged. These schools helped lay the groundwork for divergent ethical theories that would develop over the next several hundred years. Perhaps least subtle, and among the more radical of these viewpoints was the philosophy set forth by the Cynics. This time it's personal. The Cynics were a philosophical movement that believed the one true purpose in life was to seek out and achieve happiness. This was done by looking to nature for certain virtues that would increase that likelihood, and following them as nature would dictate. The term cynic is, of course, related to the word cynical, which today has come to mean a negative, disturbing disposition. This definition ties into the Cynics in that the Cynics were cynical of any sort of man made system of ethics or morality. As a result, were cynical of any sort of man made system of ethics or morality. So they were moral relativists. As a result, they preferred to go it the old way, the really old way. So they were very, like, freaking tribalism, basically. Cynicism was all about denying the philosophical and ethical conventions that had been established by the mainstream thinkers, because they were false in the following what came naturally. Cynics especially wanted to condemn traditional values that had falsely become virtues, such as wealth, reputation, pleasure, property, and familial obligation. They endorsed shocking speech and actions as a powerful counterpart to those values of common decency. Comfort in the uncomfortable. Huh, interesting. So they were basically edginess was the ultimate good. An early leader of the Cynics was the Antisthenes, from 445 to 365 BC. Born into a wealthy family that was so prominent, he was able to be a student of Socrates. While Plato carried on Socrates' teachings in the dialectic method, Antisthenes liked how Plato taught the art of enduring and of being indifferent to external factors so as to create an independent way of living. Antisthenes taught that there are two kinds of objects: the external, such as personal property, and the internal, which comprises truth, knowledge, and the soul. He discouraged taking pleasure in any kind of external good or pleasure that wasn't the direct result of virtue, and encouraged actively taking on discomfort, such as physical pain, to accompany the motivation of the soul and its drive to become wealthy in those inner objects. His writings have not survived, but some of his defiant sayings have lasted through the centuries, such as, "I would go mad than feel pleasure." Antisthenes and his most devoted followers took to living a life of extreme austerity to avoid any sort of temptation by the hollow pursuits of man. They lived on the street, dressed in rage, and harassed passers-by about the moral choices. Interesting. So these guys were kind of jerks. That believed like you can only enjoy anything if you earned it, basically. Which is earned it through virtue and kind of like natural, in accordance with nature. That's what that says right there. Diogenes. One of the Antisthenes' most important students was Diogenes, from 412 to 323 BC, who came to Athens from Sinope, in what is now Turkey. He was exiled when he defaced the coinage, akin to burning the flag. He lived out in Athene's theories to the extreme. He lived as a beggar and walked the streets in Barel, criticizing passerby on their shadow lives in adherence to arbitrary social conventions that he believed robbed them of their freedom to live accordance to the principles of nature. Huh. Interesting. So they believe the external way to seek pleasure was ultimately bad, and only getting pleasure from a natural, virtuous way was the good thing. Interesting. Oh, I'm so close. About 11 more pages left. I've been here for a while. I wanted to get this done. The skeptics of ancient Greece. Full of doubt. To be skeptical means to openly question some kind of truth or fact with a tendency towards disbelief of the matter in the long run. Of a similar frame of mind were the skeptics, an ancient Greek collective of philosophers who did not believe that moral certainties could be well certain. They were skeptical of any and all kinds of objective morality. They saw them as either a construct of man and society, or that they were simply not proven or provable to be universally or objectively true. While they respected that a good argument could be made for either side of a moral issue, they lived in a moral way and so generally tended to recommend following the prevailing social conventions as to what acts were and were not moral. It was just easier that way. In skepticism, the name of the game was to doubt everything. Not only could big truths not be proven, but doubting everything was also the path to happiness. Yeah, oh my god, I'd kill myself. The kind of skepticism discussed here is often called Pyrrhonism, in the deference of its founder and chief architect, a Greek thinker named Pyrrhocles, from 360 to 270 BC. Wow, that guy lived from 90 years old. Ooh. And that's a thinker, not official philosopher. Pyrrho, Pyrrho in his school were not part of the Athenian mainstream. Not trained in Plato's Academy or any other major school, Pyrrho was a painter from Greek coastal town of Elis. Arguably, his most major philosophical influence was Eastern mysticalism, which he studied when accompanied by Alexander the Great on an exploration of India. It's doubtful. The main difference between Western and Eastern philosophies is that of worldview. In the West, direct, concrete answers are sought. In the East, there are more of an acceptance of both the mystery and of the world and the reality that there will always be bad to go along with the good. And there's nothing anyone can do to stop that. This Eastern perspective is reflective in the philosophies of Pyrrho. His view was, don't even try to make a judgment on every matter or any matter. On every matter or any matter. He didn't even trust his own senses. And other people had to walk him around so he didn't kill himself or trip over anything. A story about him goes that he was once on a ship about a ship that hit a storm, and everyone on board thought they were going to die, but not Pyrrho, who stayed calm and pointed to a pig on board who was oblivious. He thought this was the ideal state. Interesting. Unfortunately, since Pyrrho wasn't an academic, he didn't write anything. But his school thrived for centuries, and some works of his students survived, particularly those of a doctor named Sextus Empiricus, who wrote outlines of Pyrrhonism. His definition of skepticism, refined, is an ability to place appearance in opposition to judgments in any way whatever. By balancing reasons that are opposed to each other, we first reach the state of suspension of judgment, and afterwards that of tranquility. Let me see. An ability to place appearance in opposition to judgments in any way whatever. By balancing reasons that are opposed to each other, we first reach the state of suspicion of judgment, and afterwards of tranquility. This is the same as Pyrrho's own definitions, more or less. And that's how skeptics approach knowledge, truth, and ethics. Tentatively go with what seems to be most right, if possible. So, intuition. So that's why they question everything to see what seems intuitively right. which is obviously not the greatest thing to go by because your intuition could be wrong. I mean, it's good that they question their own intuition, but that you just fall for fallacies where you over trust your intuition or under trust your intuition, um, which can be fixed by empirical um, methods and the ability to trust, like what you find to be true in nature. Um, so just the ability to question everything just seems a bit silly and kind of schizophrenic. Um, it's a simple theory, but it's vexed with the problems of any ethical argument, perception. Skeptics propose that there are always at least two ways of perceiving anything: point of view and experience. Okay. Neither is right or wrong, but if this is the case, how can an issue be decided? It can't. One, therefore, can't just make the decision, suspend judgment, and move on. Skeptics sidestep um, Skeptics sidestep this dilemma by stating that it's perfectly fine to say, I don't know. Let me reread that again. Skeptics propose that there are always at least two ways of perceiving anything: point of view and experience. But if this is the case, how can an issue be decided? It can't. One, therefore, can't just make the decision, suspend judgment, and move on. Yeah, I mean, it's just avoiding of intellectualism because they believe any claims of universal morality, kind of like Stoicism. Stoicism is ambiguous and well, it's not like Stoicism. Stoicism believed, oh, excuse me, believed that just what natural is right. They just rejected universal ethics altogether. But these guys are saying they're not necessarily denying them; they're just skeptic of it. So, and you're just kind of going off of intuition at that point, which is kind of avoiding altogether an appeal to truth, basically. From a skeptic point of view, that simple admission of I don't know leads to happiness. Why? Because debate has been ended preemptively. If no particular perception is preeminent, then one doesn't need to be right or proven the other person is wrong. Happiness ensues because there is no need to get hostile and mean. By proclaiming a fact, declaring that a given perception is true, a person opens the door for an opposing view or stressful debate, or creates turmoil in the mind as one reflects on an alternative and is racked with even the smallest amount of doubt, with the impotent tendency to disbelieve either way regardless. So they're basically they just avoid debate, basically. Because they know they don't have all the answers, but they're skeptical of everything. They don't even take empirical evidence to heart, which is obviously you can see how that might be bad if you're trying to create normative assertions where you're trying to organize society. I think, like, as a society, it's okay to, well, or just like on a metaphysical analysis of how people act, they probably act skeptic towards like ideas that are against their own. Um, which is fine. We should be skeptic with presented with new information to a certain extent, but there is there's this idea of like intuition to be skeptic almost, like you should be skeptic of your own skepticism, and it feels like they're not doing that. Um, if you're skeptic of your own skepticism, you should find a good, assuming that you're intellectual and you are faithful in the conversation. You should know that some skepticism isn't sound in reality, and it's not valid. It's not good to even have it in a situation, um, such as like in the case of conspiracy theories. Some conspiracy theories require a level of cooperation or a grand boogeyman magnitude thing where you can't be skeptic, where you can be skeptic of them because you have reason to believe, not by institution, but just by practicality and like validity to even do conspiracy as grand as some people like to espouse, like believing the earth is flat, for example. It would require a level of cooperation between many peoples to even have and to even do. So, which is good to take in consideration. But these people don't seem to be doing that. They just seem to be uh, asserting that there are ways we want to. The most happiness is avoiding debate and just being skeptical of like every claim and situation, which is just kind of anti-intellectual. You're not really going to achieve anything with this philosophy, I don't think. By suspending judgment and confining oneself to phenomena or objects as they appear, and by asserting nothing definite as to how they really are, one can escape the perplexities of life and attain an impurable peace of mind. So, this is actually a good thing. This is actually kind of cool. It makes sense. People would develop this type of philosophy because I like to think about like the philosophy of religion. These people didn't have all the answers. They didn't have the ability to get all the answers about huge metaphysical questions they had at their doorstep. And some turned to religion, to like a deity making the universe. Some just avoid. So it sounds like right here in skepticism, I could make the argument that some people just avoided the question altogether because when you start describing how things really are, like big metaphysical questions, then you are going to go down a path that is hard to justify morality, or hard to justify what's it called, just like living in general. It's like because when you start trying to answer metaphysical questions without some kind of purpose, some grander purpose, you end up at nihilistic tendencies where, okay, nothing matters, we're just humans in a seemingly infinite world. It seemed infinite at the time, huge ocean maybe. And everyone had a bunch of different opinions. Yeah, and we all don't know what's happening. So it's just, but you're gonna slave away for the rest of your life. Yeah, I mean, why not just end it all? I mean, obviously that's what nihilism is kind of saying, but having peace through other means, then there's some validity to what they're saying in terms of like the metaphysical aspect, because only if you've like if you have the endurance to face metaphysical questions, go for it. Do it. But if you don't, you shouldn't face it. You don't have the you're not stoic enough, you could say. You don't have the ability to face problems that are hard to solve. And people find peace through religion, or in this case, just saying, I don't have all the answers. But it seems like they're taking it to a too much of a degree, where they're doing every situation, every claim. They're like way too skeptical, even of themselves. They should be more skeptical of their skepticism, so they can build a better intuition, basically. And that's what I'm trying to figure out, of what's that great balance of skepticism. And it's really cool to think about. Do I want to say anything else? Okay, I'll just continue reading. The 10 methods. Pyrrhonian skeptics devised 10 different arguments or patterns of skeptical reasoning to show that everything can, will, and should be doubted, or rather dismissed. For any hypothetical truth presented, a skeptic can knock it down. All follow the same basic patterns. Okay. So how to take any claim away, basically. An object seems to have X quality to me. The object seems to have Y quality to you. So if somebody... So an object seems to have X quality to me. The object seems to have Y quality to you. How is my perception any better than yours? It's not. Judgment is therefore suspended as to whether object is more X or Y. So you're doubting your own perceptions, basically. Because you don't have the ability to know how somebody perceives an object. Like, this is the basic example of, like, perceptions. And, like, if you see the color red, is it the same color red as mine red? Is it still like red to both of us? Being skeptic is fine there, but it is a good thought in terms of I can see like my intuition that maybe I think I give too much of my intuition, but it sounds like it could be a good philosophy in terms of like questioning like assumptions. But when you get to, I think the skepticism is warranted in unfalsifiable assertions. So, if you are in the presence of somebody who is skeptical of whether the color red is the same for you and I, like between us, because we both have different perceptions and we don't know if the quality is the same between us, I think it's warranted to be skeptical of that skepticism, because despite you both having like the ability to label something as something, it almost becomes irrelevant or unfalsifiable to prove whether a perception is the same between like two consciousness, between two minds, and at least you are at the I'd say like the inner or the like a deep enough level where you both can look at a color and call it the same name. So that's the distinguishing factor. You can all look at the color of the rainbow and each give each color its own name. It's not like you're mixing up colors because we each have like mixed perceptions of colors. And you're not saying like red is blue and they're saying blue is red. We're all labeling the same color as the same name. Whether or not they are actually the same color becomes irrelevant to a point. And they're starting to, it's almost like a face because you're forming how people ought to act based on things you cannot prove, which I think becomes dangerous in a way because you're starting to it's kind of like weird just laws and principles you're following based off of just lies and weird rhetoric. It doesn't sound like it would bring you more happiness because it sounds like it would bring you less happiness because what it would do is you would always question everything. You would never become to a meaningful conclusion, assuming your intuition fails you. Like, if you were always skeptical of everything, and you never like use your intuition to say, it's probably pointless to even talk about our perceptions like that in a way that's unfalsifiable, then you're basically just doing mental anguish. And this is probably something that only should be reserved for people who have the ability to do skepticism without going crazy, without needing an ability for answers. And I think this is only reserved for a very, very small part of the society. Because, like, it's usually pretty accepted as humans, we want answers. We drive for answers. I mean, we just want, most of society seems to, it seems to be the case that we, as like a metaphysical force that is humanity, are usually truth-seeking. Not every individual is so. That's basically what I'm trying to get at. So, I'm gonna burp. Okay. Okay. Therefore, these are the 10 ways in which skeptics maintain things can be perceived so differently than that absolute truth can be determined. So, differences in animals. So, differences in animals, differences in people, differences in sensory perceptions, difference in circumstances, difference in position, distance, and place, difference in mixtures of all those things, difference in quantity and constitution of similar concepts, difference in relations, difference in relative frequency and rarity, difference in systems, custom, laws, and religious beliefs. In the study of ethics, skepticism is important because it is a kind of relativism, perhaps at its most pure and raw. If a skeptic suspends judgment about the innate nature of a thing being good or bad, then he or she can make no judgment about it. It is therefore not for the skeptic to determine virtues. Likewise, there are no objectively truthful values. You, as a skeptic, might sense something as being unjust, but that doesn't matter. What prevents people from committing unjust acts are the ethicists who make laws based on their own perceptions. And so, to live in a society, we fall back onto customs because it's the way it's always been. Okay, yeah, so. Yeah, so it's an early form of moral relativism. I don't know, I might have said Stoicism could have been moral relativism, but no, that's not true. If I said that, then I was wrong. Yeah, early form of moral relativism, which is a good school of thought in terms of describing the metaphysical, but not the normative aspect, because you become too intertwined with what you ought to do and your inability to judge actions that further your own interest, which as a human you should have at least some interest in maintaining your well-being. Nice. Exactly 10 pages left. A little bit less than that, actually. Okay. Whew. The Epicureans, go for the good, avoid the bad. Today, the word Epicurean has become associated with luxurious living and people who take pleasure in cooking and eating. This is because eating well is pleasurable. Eating well is pleasurable. In classical reasoning, an Epicurean was someone who equated anything pleasurable with it being good. Conversely, what is painful is objectively bad for an Epicurean. Therefore, bad things should be eschewed. Things that feel good should be pursued. And happiness is obtained through the seeking of pleasure. This is the philosophy of Epicureans. In contrast to the skeptic view is the philosophy of Epicurus, from 341 to 270 before Christ, who founded the school of Epicureanism. Epicurus, like Socrates and Plato, thought that man should strive towards happiness. He taught that people should not fear death nor the gods and should seek pleasure in this life, as opposed to seeking austerity in the hopes of earning a pleasant afterlife. Because pleasure is the main emphasis of life, Epicureanism is by its nature a hedonistic philosophy, or one that is pleasure-based. However, Epicurus went beyond that simple recommendation to also emphasize the importance of avoiding pleasures that may cause harm in the future. That's the virtue of temperance. Nice. More pleasure, less pain. Epicurus was harshly critical of other philosophers and philosophies. For example, he thought the Cynics were dangerous and potentially enemies of the state. Cynics. In the Cynics were, if I remember correctly, the people who were Cynics wasn't like Stoicism, was it? Okay, so Cynics. Okay, this would be done by looking to nature for certain virtues that would increase the likelihood in following them as nature would dictate. So, okay. So Stoicism is a cynicism, basically. Yeah, yeah, hedonistic. Um, okay. So they were saying what's ultimately good is pleasure. Uh, or no, no, not pleasure, happiness. These people were the ones that would go against any type of virtue and would go against any type of norm or anything. They believed in they were like hard skeptics towards any type of uh, universal or established virtue. And they were kind of like the opposite. So like doing like they're almost like sadists basically. Cynicalism was all about denying philosophical and ethical conventions that had been established by the mainstream thinkers because they were false, and the following what came naturally. Cynics especially wanted to condemn traditional values and had falsely become virtues such as wealth, reputation, pleasure, property, and familial obligation. Okay, so it's not entirely sadistic. It's just they were against nature. They were against, or no, they were against anything artificial. It's kind of like stoicism, but like instead of but they weren't following virtues. They weren't following like temperance or what is it? Prudence. What is prudence? Yeah, they weren't following prudence or fortitude. Or temper. Yeah, they weren't following any of these. Like barely, or definitely not temperance. Um, they were basically just very, very against. Yeah, so Stoicism is terrible philosophy. But cynics were very terrible then. Okay, at least I think. Um, in contrast to the skeptic view is the philosophy of Epicurus, who founded the school of Epicureanism. Oh no, I already read that. Epicurus was harshly critical of other philosophers and philosophies. For example, he thought the Cynics were dangerous and potentially enemies of the state. Of his 300 words, only 3 of his letters survive. Only 3 of his letters survived. These surviving works, however, effectively summarize his philosophy. In them, he linked morality to pleasure and noted that the goal of life is to minimize pain and maximize pleasure. In a letter to Menocius, he wrote that pleasure is the beginning and end of the good life. We recognize pleasure as the first good, being natural to us, and it is from pleasure that we begin every choice and avoidance. Yeah, that's a good one. It is also to pleasure that we return. Using it as a standard by which we judge every good. Yeah, I think that's a pretty solid, like surface level ethical theory. The difficulty in this approach is figuring out the types of pleasure. Yeah, that's that's a good criticism too. That lead to human happiness. Yeah, because how are you going to determine what is pleasurable, what isn't? Because pleasure ultimately is a subjective thing per human. So you could argue that diluting what people want um, like finding what people usually want and like what people need to seek pleasures and pursuing those virtues could be the ultimate way to enforce um, laws and so forth. So, like, almost deontological and Kantian ideology, where you're, um, well, or like rule utilitarianism. That would be more like it. In a letter to Minicosis, he wrote that pleasure is the beginning and end of the good life. We recognize pleasure as the first good, being natural to us in this form of pleasure that we begin every choice in avoidance. It is also a pleasure that we return using a standard by which we get rid of them. The difficulty in this approach is figuring out the types of pleasures that lead to human happiness. Epicurus' first step in the quest for a happy and pleasurable life was to eliminate pain as much as possible. He upheld that one major source of fear is religious myth. Ooh. That fear is experienced when people worry about how gods view them, and if the gods are about to deliver punishment or reward. Epicurus argued that these fears were unfounded. Indeed, we are freed from the fear of the gods because the gods themselves have nothing to do with human affairs. Natural events such as lightning and earthquakes, for example, are entirely the result of the configurations of atoms, and they are not caused by the will of the gods. This is revolutionary thinking for this period of Greek history. Epicurus did not outright deny the existence of gods, but he did say that they are entirely different than how people commonly imagine them, and that science and faith can live side by side with some adjustments. Very, very progressive for the time. Another fear that leads to pain is the fear of death. Epicurus had a solution for this. He consulted that death need not be feared because the world is wholly material. As such, the soul doesn't survive death, and that in turn means a person cannot experience pain after death. Basically, he is saying that we should not fear death because there is nothing after death. Cold comfort, but logical. Wow, that seems like very, very progressive for the time period. It's kind of cool how even at this time, thousands of years ago, they basically are using the most popular theories then, or they came up with it. I wonder. So, once I get into more consequentialist thinking, this is consequentialism, I believe. You're judging an action, and your normative pursuant of life based on the consequences of whether it increases pleasure or not, and whether it also violates somebody's bodily autonomy, which is amazingly progressive. But I wonder why we ascribe credit towards figures like John Stuart Mill when he came up with act and rule utilitarianism. I think it was John Stuart Mill. John Stuart Mill. Utilitarianism. Yeah. That maximize happiness, well-being for the affected individuals. Okay, so utilitarian. I can see why they probably give him more credit. It sounds like what they do is what they do is let me think for a second. Utilitarian has to do more with like how people ought to Um, there's like a normative ethical theories. It's how they ought to what's the word? Act in like moral situations. That's that. That's what utilitarianism is more specifically about. What it seems like with the Epicureans, they believe more about how to live a good life. So pursuing pleasure and pursuing the overall happiness and pleasure, happiness, and reducing the amount of suffering for people, which is closely tied to utilitarianism. But it's not really talking about the greatest good for the greatest number. It's more talking about whatever is more pleasurable. So if the Epicureans would probably say, um, you should uh, save like five like old people over one baby, because like even like if the old people were gonna die like in 5 years each of them, um, or 10 years, yeah, 5 years for example. That means like you could say they collectively have the ability to do 25 years of pleasure, while at the time the baby could just die at any moment. But because at the time an old person would consider like they'd already like lived towards a long time, because like the most likely time back then you would die at an early age, so you could say that sacrificing a kid in pursuant of more likely um, pleasure is likely the best outcome. Okay, so Epicurus reasoned that to find happiness, we must figure out the pleasures that are best for us. We're human, and humans have desires. Some of these desires led to real happiness, while others led to pleasure, and then ultimately pain. He described this by breaking down our desires into three levels. The first level of our desires are necessary things like basic food and shelter. Pursue those desires, he said. The next thing of desires are nicer versions of those basic needs, rich food, and big houses, for examples. Epicurus found these problematic because we can't always get them, and if we can't, that will frustrate us. The third level of desires are those that are vain and empty, like wealth, fame, and power. These desires can't be satisfied simply because they are limitless, and if we get them, we always want more and will never be happy. These desires should not be pursued, said Epicurus. Wow, this is kind of early communist thinking too. Wealth, fame, and power. So anti-hierarchy, power. Um, anti like rich people because of you don't like wealth. In fame, um, just everyone wants to be equality. Quotable voices. Do not spoil what you have by desiring what you have not. Remember that what you have was once among the things you only hoped for. See, okay, so I remember what I was gonna say earlier. It feels so. This was all before. Let me make sure I'm not talking. When was the Bible written? Oh, 10th century. Here, I'll be right back. Right back. 1 second. All right, I'm back. Just had to go to the bathroom. Um, the Bible was written over a period of more than a millennium and a half, with the earliest parts written around 15 to 14 before Christ. Okay. Well, I was gonna say that a lot of like the stories of the Bible seem to be, well, this might not be true if some of them are written before philosophers, but a lot of them seem to be a lot of interlinked, like the lessons in the Bible. They might be taking inspiration um, from these popular philosophers. Before Common Era, the Exodus. So they just seem like lessons of history. Interesting. Okay. Um. Okay. What is the trick then? Temperance or pleasure through moderation? Simple pleasures will lead to the most happiness and the least pain, while pleasures will, with an edge, will come back to cut you. Take getting drunk, for example. It may be fun, but a hangover and dependency may result. Temperance leads naturally to happiness because it encourages us to develop virtues or good habits. Those good habits will lead to good choices in seeking out the best kinds of pleasure that deliver the least amount of pain. Epicurus recommended the usual ancient Greek virtues of courage, honor, justice, and moderation, obviously, but he added another one, prudence, or the ability to make decisions about one's own interests and act accordingly in a healthy manner. This philosophy is like the best philosophy there is in terms of like individual um, ways to live. I think this is a good philosophy. Not insofar as like making like ethical decision making. Um, oh, I'm in the Stoics now. So the Stoics and the Cynics should be kind of similar, I would imagine. Pretty sure it is. Um, but yeah, I mean, I've seen this philosophy before, Epicureanism. It I feel like it's a good philosophy, a really good philosophy, to like describe how you yourself, just the individual, without taking anything else into account, just like the way you should live your life, you should be pursuant to your individual pleasure in minimizing your harm and your harm to others, um, your harm to others, basically. That's like the philosophical version. I'm sure there's like political ideologies now that has taken into that idea to account, like liberalism, kind of. Um, yeah, kind of cool. Or equality, basically. Freedoms, all that. The Stoics, just be reasonable based. The main gist of Stoic philosophy, or Stoicisms, had a huge impact on mainstream moral philosophy. The Stoics believed that reason was the highest authority and that the human ability and gift of reason naturally followed what was natural or objectively good, and humanity had no need to label it as such. In other words, the Stoics tied our ability to reason with our ability or even responsibility to act in a positive, virtuous, and ethical manner. So, in all those positive, virtuous, and ethical definitions to them, if you qualify it, their qualification, it has to be natural. So it needs to be pursuant to those, what's it called? Pursuant to those, what is just natural. According to the Stoics, the highest authority at our disposal is reason, which is also happens to be a vehicle for the rational laws of nature. However, this makes natural rational. Nature rational. Therefore, we should accept things for the way they are and should not try to change them. Instead, change itself and ultimately happiness and harmony can only come from changing the way we act and react. And this change occurs when we rationally analyze and adjust our emotions and actions to get them in sync with nature. The word stoic, meaning unemotional and unaffected, comes from the school of thought. The distinction between the word we use today and the school of thought, is subtle, but important. A person may not react to an event, whereas a stoic person may not react to an event, where a stoic doesn't need to overreact as nature just being nature. Interesting. Happiness and acceptance. Stoicism was tremendously popular philosophy in Hellenistic times, rivaled by its almost opposite Epicurianism. At the center of Stoicism is the idea that the universe is by its natural fatalistic. Is by its nature fatalistic. Therefore, the best that humans can do in terms of the pursuit of happiness is just accept it and resign ourselves to this fate. No matter what that individual fate may be, is depressing for sure, but that's also a freedom in this idea to admit that there is nothing to be done about the things that cannot change, which is literally everything outside of individual selves. Our only option is to accept this reality and move on to other pursuits. If you can't change things, then it would be futile to try, and you would be much happier not doing so. The notion of free will enters into this philosophy because while we are predestined to do whatever it is we want to do, we have the choice whether or not to accept this fate. In other words, we can choose to be happy or not. This is actually... So, it's not a bad philosophy in terms of finding peace through acceptance. That's good through Stoicism for unfalsifiable questions. This is like where this is like the good type of skepticism, but because Stoicism, I think, applies a bunch of other conditions, like everything must be natural, must be good. So if you get cancer and die of cancer, that is ultimately what was always going to happen, and fundamentally it's good and you can't prevent it, and you might as well just not be sad about it. Just radical acceptance. That's radical acceptance. It's not like the radical acceptance in what is it called? What is it called? Freaking A, I'm not gonna... what's the name of it? I'm not gonna remember it. Absurdism, that's it. It's kind of like absurdism. But it shouldn't be making an ought statement in terms of how to live your life and what you should derive happiness from. The only ought statement it should be making is because there is meaningless in the world, then you should just accept that and just do whatever becomes happy. And that is where absurdism lies. Alright. Okay. Quotable voices. Fate is the endless chain of causation, whereby things are the reason or formula by which the world goes on. Zeno of Citium. So everything has a causation, but you can't break that causation change. Are they saying that you don't have free will then? Oh, yeah, so everything is. Yeah, that's what they. Our only option is to accept this reality and move on. They believe in fate. Fatalistic. There is. Yep. Well, they believe death is natural. Um, or just like everything will die eventually, which isn't necessarily true, but it's a good explanation of like deterministic philosophy, which is very still progressive. It's nice. These are laying the seeds for very popular philosophies that will develop more in the Enlightenment. Okay. So fate is the endless chain of causation whereby things are the reason or formula by which the world goes on. Cool. Yeah, it's just fate. That's the only answer you can give for metaphysical questions about the universe. Um, and that's a great quote. Living the simple life. The recognized founder of the Stoic school was a philosopher known as Zeno, who was from the city of Citium on the island of Cyprus. His followers were called Zenonians at first, but the latter became referred to as Stoics because Xenon in Citium delivered his lectures to his students on the painted porch in the Athens market in an area known as the Stoa Poikile. Zeno lived simply, eating foods that didn't need to be cooked, eschewing wine in favor of water, eschewing wine in favor of water, and wearing simple clothes, and like a true Stoic, didn't get fazed much by rain, heat, or even physical pain. He lived in this manner because he believed that the most moral way to find happiness was a denial of pleasure. Yeah, I don't know why you have to deny yourself. Um, One story demonstrates Zeno's philosophy in a very cold way. He once saw a slave being whipped for stealing. The slave said it was his destiny to be a thief. Zeno said it was then also his destiny to get whipped for it. There is a connection, and a consistent one, between our fated destiny and the justice meted out for that behavior. One must accept both. A non-extant text only references of it survive, called Republic. Note that Zeno advocated for the abolishment of civil institutions, including money, temples, law courts, and marriage. He also thought genders should dress alike from head to toe and also practice free love. All of this he believed were constraints that he held us down. From abolishing them would free us to live much simpler lives. They're anarchist. This is anarchism, basically. Well, I mean, it doesn't make sense he would be against rules, laws, or institutions. Why would he be against this? If it's faith in what he really believes in, then the very existence of these institutions, just like the existence of the slave being a thief or the person whipping the slave, is evidence of just it needing to happen. It's fate itself right there. So the very existence of these institutions is just fate. If they are meant to be abolished, then they will be abolished. But you shouldn't have say in whether they ought to be or ought not to be. I mean, I can see what they're trying to say, that whatever is natural. See, that's why Stoicism. This is where the bad becomes in, because they believe, they rope in like natural orders, and believe you should be like a, was it agrarianism, or basically just be a very natural and live like a tribal life. Be very, very simple. But they were liberal. Um, uh, it's just, yeah, it's certainly a form of liberalism. It could be. Um, it just doesn't make sense. Well, it does make sense, but I just don't. I don't like how it ropes in the natural aspect and the abolishment of establishments. If the natural order is to be okay with slaves, and the natural order can also be okay with establishments. So it's kind of like a weird, you know, paradoxical thing to be against something if you also believe in the natural order. 3 parts. Zeno broke philosophy into area of logic, physics, and ethics. In his lectures, he compared these areas to an animal making up a whole out of necessary interconnected parts. Logic is the bones in sinew. Physics is flesh, and ethics was the soul. Just, I mean, that's interesting. But on another point is it's interesting about the idea of fate and grappling with those big metaphysical ideas, because this is why I'm getting like more books, and I have a metaphysical book, and I have system like logics and emergentism, and learning about these network effects that you see in like general trend for society, because it feels like there's always a force, and this is confirmation bias. It could be confirmation bias, but it feels like there's always a force. You could say fate, that people just trend towards to. I'm not sure how to describe it. I've thought about like bar charts, and like as soon as like the parameters for a certain thing exist, it will chaotically appear, and that's like the idea of emergentism. And I wonder like how quantifiable that can be, and how farly applied it can be. Like, what if you could apply it to just like your senses of like how you act? Maybe you didn't go to work someday because your bar chart of dealing with just life in general exceeded, and you just needed a day off. And assuming that you are mentally developed enough to control whenever you are physically exhausted, you called in ahead of time to get a day off instead of just quitting. So and it could be little things that add to the bar chart of exhaustion. It could be being out of toilet paper. It could be having a bad meal the other night. It could be getting bad sleep. All these things could add to the next day of your exhaustion bar chart exceeding what you could be capable of, or exceeding your perceived capability. So what you do in response to that exceeding bar chart is it's almost like if you quantify all these, like, let me think, if you quantify everything, um, all these little qualifications in our lives, like all these actions, it really feels like little bar charts that cause things to happen. I need to figure out like how to describe like these ideas in a way that is makes sense, like to people, like if you were listening to this, to people like you, um, because like why did I even start this episode of reading this book? Why did I decide to turn on the camera and start talking into a microphone? Something happened. There was some will, some desire to do something different, do something, do something at all. And the will, my agency to achieve something different, was at a level where I was able to manipulate the pleasure that I receive from like reading this book. Now I'm almost at 5 hours of doing this, but it's like I want to examine more theories like that because it's really like just a way to describe nature itself too. Because even with what's it called, non-human nature, so you could say like planets and chemical reactions in the universe, things happened because certain parameters met a tipping point where other things chaotically happened. It's not like they were never meant to happen, but there were parameters in place to, no, well, not parameters in place. Well, maybe you could say there are these universal constants are kind of like, what's it called? Kind of tipping points, like big if statements. If this is true, that is true, this is true, then this action is also true. So if there is enough gas and rock in one area of a vacuum, it will all start merging together. And it's like big enough. Either they have big molecules or enough where they start clumping together into big clouds and they start having their own gravity. You start getting fusion. That's where the sun comes in. But all these parameters, there has to be enough hydrogen. There has to be enough gravity. There has to be just the right conditions for things to happen. Same thing with like where life could have come from. There is the right conditions had to happen for life to emerge. This idea of emergentism, where you're looking at all these different properties for you to make a decision, or for just actions to happen in general, I think is a good standard to describe nature and just decisions in general. Like, why did somebody choose to, what's it called, like rob a store? Well, he was robbing a store because the system wasn't helping him much. So he doesn't have a good sense of virtue that he wasn't taught, and he was in an impoverished area, and he just got laid off the other day. So the tipping point with all that, and he felt desperate. So he woke up the next day and decided to go rob somebody. That isn't to justify his actions, but it's more of a analysis and metaphysical idea of how humans make decisions and how states, physical states, emerge. It's really quite fascinating, and I would want to dive deeper into that. Let me continue. Even though Zeno disliked the institutions that directed moral behavior through punishments and rules, he believed that we should adopt virtues, for these were natural and part of our nature. Zeno advocated following the laws, for they were based on principles of the cosmos. He thought laws of society reflected the orders that nature so carefully created itself. It was up to us to use our human reasoning and skills to find those parallel rational laws in society in ourselves. So he didn't mind laws, but he disliked institutions because he didn't view it as natural. But a law is kind of like a, so he wouldn't like, well, what he didn't like was like a police force, but he liked like an equal understanding. Stoicism seems like anarchism to me. It feels like anarchism. All right, I think this is the last school of thought of this chapter. Platonius and Neoplatonism. That's the old is the new again. All that's old is new again. Neoplatonism was the fifth new school of ethics that followed in the wake of Socrates, Plato, and Aristotle. As you might suspect, there are some similarities between Neoplatonism and Platonism, which, with the neo suggesting a new form, or a revival of Platonic thought. Indeed, the Neoplatonists of the time considered themselves followers of Plato and his philosophies. The adherents to this movement, which was founded in the 3rd century's Ascendant era, or Common Era, just called themselves Platonists. But their theories were different enough from what Plato and Aristotle had put forth that their Neoplatonian label was applied by the 19th century. Okay. So Socrates was the person who developed the Socrates method for examining rhetoric. Plato, what was Plato? Oh, he was a student of Socrates who talked about oh, I got this. Come on. Oh, I'm not going to find it, am I? It had something to do with virtues. It wasn't the golden rule, but acting like the most virtuous is. Oh, wasn't he like close to moral relativism, where everyone has like their own virtue? I'm not. What did this guy talk about? Plato. Truths, beliefs, ethics, virtue and vice, pleasure, pain, crime, punishment. Oh, was it rhetoric? So, man, this philosophy gets so deep. Platonism. Huh, okay. Um, Plato-ness. But these theories were different enough from what Plato and Aristotle had put forth, and their Neo-Platonism label was applied by the 19th century. Wow, so 1800s. Quotable voice. Being is alright. Being is desirable because it is identical with beauty, and the head of Plato. Platonism. Being is desirable because it is identical with beauty, and beauty is loved because it is being. We ourselves possess beauty when we are true to our own being. Ugliness is in going over to another order. Knowing ourselves, we are beautiful. In self-ignorance, we are ugly. So basically, doing what you want to do is what I get from that. Being is desirable because it is identical with beauty, and beauty is loved because it is being. We ourselves possess beauty when we are true to our own being. Ugliness is in going over to another order. Knowing ourselves, we are beautiful. In self-ignorance, we are ugly. So, being true to yourself and in knowing where the ultimate truth between you is, and having like probably self-reflection is good, and not following for um, norms that influence you and take away who you truly are. I think that's what I get from it. The founder of Platonism was an Egyptian philosopher named Plotinus. 204 to 270 Common Era. He honed his theories while he lived in Alexandria, then under tremendous Greek influence, and then Rome. He was influenced by classical philosophers like Plato, of course, along with some Persian and Indian philosophers he picked up in his travels, along with some native Egyptian theological principles. All he intended to do was preserve and spread and modernize the teachings of Plato and Socrates by extension. But he would up fusing Platonic ideas a bit of Asian and Middle Eastern mysticism. At age 40, Plotinus established his own school where he taught in a conversational, informal style and wrote 54 treatises, later collected into a single work by his ambitious student Porphyry, called Aeneas. Interesting. Back to 1. Neoplatonism has more religious elements than does Platonism. Plotinus was fascinated with the abstract physical forms of concepts, from he created a metaphysical model of the universe. He held that there is somewhere a single source, called the One, from which all reality and all of existence radiates. Also called the good or absolute, Plotinus said it has its center everywhere, but its circumference nowhere. As objects move further out from the center of pure goodness and morality, they lose levels of beauty and thus divinity. This means that those things on the far outskirts from the central point become corrupted and have very little of that goodness left, such as the human soul. Evil, then, is merely the absence of good, which comes from the act of sin, and is committed by beings lost and disconnected from the One. The ethical path, therefore, as Plotinus asserted, was the one that gets people back to the One. The path that begins with careful examination of the world and everything in it. That leads to an understanding and appreciation of innate goodness, which in turn leads to examination and understanding of larger and more complicated objects and concepts. Eventually, that brings the individual to finally contemplate the One and achieve an understanding of all the knowledge of nature. This makes philosophical activity a wholesome healing experience. To reflect and study doesn't just answer questions about the universe, it actually brings a person closer into it, and closer to the goodness and truth at its core. The more united a person is with this mystical force, the more rewards and true virtues that person acquires. In Neoplatonism, those virtues are the same cardinal virtues as in Plato: justice, prudence, temperance, and courage. These values in turn help a person on the path to the One, as well to achieve the ideal of illumination or ultimate happiness. Okay, so that's what I'm glad they resaid what Plato ultimately says. They want justice, prudence, temperance, and courage. It's just Neoplaton, this religious aspect, explains more of a metaphysical concept and religious aspect. Alrighty. Nice. So, I just read 2 chapters. I'm on page 57. And yeah, and you can see that, hey, we did pretty well today. I want to read every day. I'm going to record myself every day doing this. Well, I'm going to try at least. I can't make any promises, but if I release this, probably be on YouTube, but I like reading. The philosophy is definitely something everyone should be doing because it helps us make better decisions as a person and understand our decisions better. So, yeah, and that'll be it for today. Like 5 hours of reading. Yep, see ya.